Chapter 172. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind in the empty sky. Shifting their gazes, they saw Uxin and Jin Jinwang's group hurriedly flying through the sky. The purple sea reflected their figures. After they charged into the sea of fire, the entire purple sea seemed to have calmed down. Occasionally, there would only be some small waves. However, the pure heat had increased by over 1,000 times, causing Jin Jinwang's group to be completely drenched. On the other hand, the two in the middle did not have a single drop of sweat. If one looked carefully, one could even see a thin layer of light on their bodies that kept all the heat out. Everyone was very curious about the scene of the pill sealing the space. They were impatient to ask about it. However, in the end, when the words rose up in their throats, they only weakly swallowed them back down. Everyone had a tacit understanding to avoid talking about it. I stayed for a while just now. I wonder where those people went. Uxin involuntarily knitted her brows as she gazed at the empty sea surface. The direction they were heading in seemed to be the last group. Occasionally, she could also sense other auras sweeping past from other places, all heading towards the depths of the Sea of Fire. It seemed that they were not the only group that had gathered here. Other groups had likely gathered in other areas around Yuyan City. Their direction was the same, but they had set off from different places. Senior God King, do you hear a song? The moment the Sea of Fire calmed down, Uxin heard an indistinct humming sound. She could vaguely feel that it came from the depths of the Sea of Fire. She didn't know if it was someone else humming or where it came from, because this humming sound seemed to be coming from the Sea of Fire below. It also seemed to be coming from the stars in the sky. I heard it. It's very clear, but I can't catch it. Jin Jinwang nodded. It was not her misperception. They had also heard it clearly. They subconsciously flew towards the direction of the sound, but they could not find the direction. Uxin nodded. She could not catch it either, but she could hear it. She looked inside her body. At her heart, the little ice-blue person was quietly lying there. Its breathing was even and weak, as if it had fallen asleep. The ice-cold aura that filled her body was continuously being emitted by this little fellow. Even so, she did not see the little fellow become weak or disappear. It was different from the pills she knew. Perhaps even the method of consumption was different. Looking at it sleeping, it even rubbed its butt and stomach. Occasionally, it would even turn its body. That cute sleeping posture made Uxin unable to hold back her laughter. This caused everyone to be stunned. They looked at each other in dismay and were all confused. Let's speed up. I have a bad premonition. The Gold Divine King muttered to himself for a while before he spoke in a serious tone. Soon after, the tip of his foot pushed off the empty space and his body shot out. Behind him, everyone nodded and sped up. Everyone quickly flew over the Sea of Fire. Even though they were Shenming experts and had the protection of Yi, Shi's forbidden array, they still felt waves of stinging pain on their skin from the terrifying heat that spread out in all directions. In this endless space of flames, even the air had been completely evaporated. An indescribably desolate and monotonous smell filled the space. Chi! Everyone flew forward for nearly 10 minutes. However, as they continued to fly, Jin Jinwang's expression gradually turned ugly. During this 10-minute journey, their flying speed was close to rapid. They should have been able to catch up with the last group. However, the Sea of Fire still had no end, and they did not see any figures. It was as if this Sea of Fire was endless. The temperature of the space is gradually rising. This means that we are not in the wrong place. However, why can't we see anyone? The change in the temperature of the space caused Jin Jinwang to feel as though he was in a furnace that was continuously heating up. His eyes swiftly swept around. However, other than the purple Sea of Fire and the occasional small sea waves, he could not see anything else. This space was filled with a pale purple flame. The frightening temperature caused his blood to boil. Slap! A clear slap sound was suddenly transmitted. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads, only to see Lei Xinhuang violently slapping himself. His face had turned red, causing them to be stunned. I can feel pain. This is not a dream. Lei Xinhuang rubbed the red spot on his face and laughed foolishly, causing everyone to helplessly shake their heads. Hearing that, Yi Shi came back to her senses. Her hands formed a seal with lightning speed, and the black forbidden formation under her feet also squirmed in the instant her hand seals changed. A moment later, it suddenly expanded, and a dark light enveloped them. They could also feel waves of soul-probing power sweeping through the space. This is not an illusion array. There is no such fluctuation. A moment later, Yi Shi shook her head. She was in control of a huge illusion array. Hence, she was very clear about the fluctuation of an illusion array. However, she could not sense any such fluctuation in this place. Exactly how big is this damned space? We did not sense any fluctuation of spatial teleportation. Fire Xinhuang tightly knitted his brows. His face was filled with thoughts and bewilderment. Yu Xian had also quietly opened her evil spirit eye. However, she did not see anything. The humming that had been reverberating in her ears caused her to frown. She felt that there was something wrong with the humming. However, no matter how the few of them tried to detect it, they could not find any problem. Big sister, close your eyes and listen to this humming. That way, you will be able to find the path to the purple night flame. Just when Yu Xian was a little bewildered, a voice flowed into her ears like a stream, causing her to be stunned. This was the voice of little purple soul. Find it? Yu Xian scratched her head. However, she still did as she was told. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She emptied her mind. The sound of the wind, breathing, heartbeat, the rolling of the sea of fire, the buzzing of the space, the voices of Jin Jinwang and the others, and that crisp humming sound, they all merged into one. Quiet, she repeated it in her heart. She took a deep breath and exhaled. After repeating it a few times, the sounds that reverberated in Yu Xian's ears gradually faded and disappeared. Finally, she locked onto that humming sound. She closed her eyes tightly. She seemed to be standing in a dark place, just like when she entered the Song of Death. Gradually, the sounds in her body became weaker. That humming sound was amplified by her. The humming sound that reverberated in the sea of fire gradually became louder. Ding! A formless sound wave suddenly came from the space, causing the sea of fire to fluctuate a little. It actually resonated with the sea of fire, causing the sound to surge out endlessly. When the invisible sound wave passed through Yu Xian's body, she suddenly opened her eyes. 2 dazzling golden lights shot out from her eyes. That dazzling golden light caused the Gold Divine King and the others to be startled. They turned around and saw that Yu Xian's eyes were wide open. She was staring in a direction to her right in a daze. This way, let's go! Yu Xian softly shouted. She grabbed Yu Yin and Yi Shi and quickly flew in the direction she was looking at. Jin Jinwang and the others were stunned. They scratched the back of their heads in confusion. However, before they could ask anything, they waved their sleeves and hurriedly followed. Yu Xian flew forward for nearly 10 minutes. The doubts in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, at the 20-minute mark, her body seemed to have been nailed into the air as she suddenly stopped. This caused Jin Jinwang and the others who were following behind her to wipe off their sweat. They looked at her in confusion. Wasn't she in a hurry just a moment ago? Why did she stop? Yu Xian waved her hand to get everyone to quiet down. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Just like before, she once again captured that humming sound. However, her expression changed slightly. Why did the direction of the humming sound change? To the left. Her eyes looked strangely to the left. Yu Xian sighed and shook her head. If she couldn't figure it out, then she would go and see for herself. Seeing her close her eyes for a moment and fly up in a hurry again, but in a different direction, Jin Wang and the others seemed to have understood something. However, they were still a little confused and hurriedly followed her. After flying like this for a few minutes, Yuxian suddenly stopped. She looked around and closed her eyes again. After a moment, she flew out again. Jin Wang and the others hurriedly followed. After a few sudden stops and turns, the God Kings seemed to have understood something. They could feel that the surrounding temperature was quietly rising. However, with Yi Shi, the Fire God King, and the Water God King around, the temperature couldn't do anything to them for a while. "There's someone!" After dozens of turns, they finally saw someone. Jin Wang's gaze stopped at the sea of fire. However, what he saw was a corpse floating on the sea of fire. It was being pushed away by the waves. The breath in the body had been burnt away long ago. However, the body was not burning. The divine God has lost his vitality. Even his soul has been burnt into nothingness. The beautiful woman said in a grave voice as her beautiful eyes looked at the corpse that was drifting further and further away. This caused the few of them to be even more vigilant. After walking for half an hour, they finally saw a person. However, it was a corpse. Moreover, the way it died was a little strange. Is it really okay to continue walking like this? Fire God King gasped for breath and looked at Yuxian. He couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Yuxian raised her gaze and looked in another direction. She paused for a moment and then turned to Fire God King. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. I'm just following my gut feeling. However, since I saw someone, I should be going in the right direction." Jin Wang and the others nodded. Since they could see someone, there should be no problem with the direction. Let's speed up. We still haven't seen the people from Hidden Flame Pavilion. They might have already arrived. Thunder God King said in a deep voice. Yuxian nodded. She turned her head and looked at the place where the corpse disappeared. She took a deep breath and then looked forward. Just when she was about to rush out, a feeling that made her heart palpitate suddenly surged in her heart. "Be careful!" With a shout, Yuxian pushed Yuin and Yi Shi away with both hands. Weak wind elements quickly gathered. Just when she was about to retreat, the sea of fire under her feet suddenly boiled. A huge flame pillar rushed out of the sea of fire without any warning. It directly engulfed Yuxian's body and rushed up to the sky. Little Yuxian. All of a sudden, she was pushed far away. When she turned her head, she saw the scene that shattered her heart. However, before she could react, she saw a fiery red figure rushing out of the flame pillar. The figure's body was filled with cold air. It almost froze the space. "I'm fine." Yuxian shook her head. She looked at the sea of fire below with lingering fear. It was the human-shaped elixir in her heart that saved her life. The eruption of the flame was too sudden. The unexpected eruption of the flame could even kill a god, let alone her. "Let's go. Be careful. I feel that we are close to the center. The singing is closer to us." Yuxian turned her head and said to everyone with a serious expression. Chapter 173. Above the desolate purple sea of fire, a few figures flew past. The cold wind created waves in the sea of fire. The cold aura caused many small ice crystals to condense in the air. When the cold subsided, they were melted by the surrounding high temperature. Chi! The sound of wind breaking suddenly stopped. A few figures came to an abrupt stop in the air. The abrupt stop compressed the air into a giant cannon and blasted the sea of fire below. It blasted a huge hole in the sea of fire, and the rolling waves of fire were pushed far away. The few of them paused for a moment, but in just a moment, they flew in another direction. Sonic booms resounded throughout the sea of fire, causing it to churn. With such a crazy flight, Yuxian and the rest gradually saw other figures. There were also people like them, relying on the humming sound to find their way. Boom! As the group went deeper, the sea of fire was no longer calm. It was like the magma in a volcano boiling. Pillars of fire constantly shot up to the sky as if it was about to erupt. The high temperature caused everyone to sweat profusely. Every time it erupted, it was as if a lamp had been lit, making this purple night extremely bright. Looking down from the sky above the god world, the center of Source Peak Domain seemed to be on fire. Even from millions of miles up in the sky, one could still see the dazzling purple light. Phew! Is the purple night dark flame evolving into a star? After stopping once, the fire god king wiped his sweat and couldn't help but mutter, Uxian was just about to fly out when she heard the fire god king's words. She couldn't help but be stunned. She turned her gaze and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" "I once went to the surface of a dying star and saw the scene there. The rolling flames were like hills, like an earthquake. The extreme temperature was so high that even gods couldn't withstand it. It's exactly the same as the rolling sea of fire here." The fire god king took a deep breath and said, "Furthermore, I can feel an extremely dense fire element forming in the depths of the sea of fire below. The surrounding temperature is also constantly rising. If this continues, this destructive flame will be able to burn down space. Now, the sea of fire isn't enough to condense the fire element. However, I can feel that the gravity is getting stronger. This is very similar to the nature of a star. So I'm thinking, is the purple night dark flame trying to evolve into a star?" The fire god king said in a deep voice, "Can other divine flames do this?" Uxian was shocked. She opened her mouth and asked. Her understanding of the god flame was close to zero. If defying god king had not mentioned it, she would not have paid attention to the annihilation sky and earth god items. No, as everyone knows, the stronger a creature is, the harder it is for it to gain intelligence. This kind of thing can only be done by creatures with intelligence, unless someone is controlling the purple night dark flame. So I think... She shook her head and said, "I think this purple night dark flame, could it be that it has gained intelligence? Possessing the power of an emperor god is the result of 60 eras of mutation. Hence, I'm thinking, could it be that during these 60 eras it also gave birth to intelligence?" She's clear voice made everyone fall silent. It seemed that this was not impossible. 60 epochs, 60 trillion years, across 3 eras. That extremely long period of time was enough for the purple night dark flame to undergo all sorts of changes, both imaginable and unimaginable. Since that was the case, it was reasonable for the purple night dark flame to have gained sentience. Although this was beyond the understanding of the majority of people, this kind of divine object that possessed the power of destruction could be said to be one of the species in the realm of the gods that had the least chance of gaining sentience. However, this was the only explanation for the purple night dark flame's actions. Suddenly, Uxian thought of something and could not help but ask, "If that's the case, could it be that the purple night dark flame is humming?" Everyone was stunned once again. They had been following the voice all this time and had arrived near the center of the sea of fire. The clear and melodious voice had been guiding them. If the purple night dark flame wanted to stall for time and evolve into a star, why would it let the voice spread throughout the sea of fire and lead them there? Twisted space. I remember now. Uxian suddenly came to a realization. Looking at Yuin, she quickly said, "Do you still remember the spatial folds we encountered in the Ghost Chi Forest?" Yuin nodded. That time, the space folds were caused by the soul-devouring tree. They borrowed the power of the nether void, soared to break through space to escape. Thinking up to here, Yuin seemed to have guessed something. Her face was filled with shock. The purple night dark flame wants to use our power to help it evolve into a star. Uxian nodded. This also explains why we saw a corpse with nothing left and not a pile of ash. But this was just her guess. It wasn't true. Everyone nodded. They did not rule out this possibility. Moreover, if all of the above guesses were true, then they would be facing a divine flame that possessed the power of a peak god emperor and had intelligence. Moreover, because it was a divine flame, and this was its home ground that it had managed for countless years, perhaps even a rebirth stage cultivator would not be able to subdue it. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Jinwang laughed bitterly. From the time they entered until now, after countless guesses and decisions, what they saw was more and more difficult. That purple night dark flame, was it really subdued by humans? But I even used a pill. I can't just give up like this. Yu Xian fiercely gritted her teeth. She had used the greatest treasure that Xian Yin had given her. She could not return empty-handed. If by any chance, she would take out the whirlpool zither and play a song for the purple night dark flame, she would destroy this endless fire domain along with the flame itself. All right. Jinwang and the others laughed bitterly. However, there was some worry in the depths of their eyes. Seeing the crazed look in her eyes, they did not know what this girl wanted to do. If not for the fact that they were worried that Yu Xian's strength was too low and would be in danger, they would not have gotten involved in this mess. They would have returned the moment they guessed that something was going to happen. While everyone was discussing, the space suddenly fluctuated slightly. The refreshing song changed, and what was being sung again was a deep and indescribable voice. However, the voice did not change much. It still had the same light and cheerful feeling. Just as the song changed, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. They saw that the sea of fire was churning more and more wildly. The undulating surface of the sea seemed to be flipping over. Moreover, they could see huge tongues of fire spewing into the sky. The light of the stars in the distant star domain dimmed a lot because of the churning. Twin moons. At this time, little Xian raised her head to look at the sky. Her eyes were a little sluggish, causing everyone to be stunned. They quickly raised their heads and could not help but take in a breath of cold air. What everyone saw was still the two disks. The light from the two moons intertwined to form a very beautiful purple curtain of light. However, the two moons had unknowingly gotten a lot closer. Their huge size filled up half of their vision. It was as if they could smell the wind of the star domain from the moon. When did they get so close? Yu Xian was startled. It wasn't that the moon was magnified, but rather that it was getting closer. The two moons had quietly gotten closer while they were rushing on their way. The purple moonlight hit them in the face. Wherever they looked, it was a purple world. As the two moons got closer, Yu Xian seemed to feel that the surrounding star power had become a lot denser. The surging purple sea of fire below was dyed with the color of the stars. Starlight sparkled. This was the most primitive power in the world. It only existed in the star domain and would descend on the god realm at any moment. However, because the distance was too far, by the time it reached the god realm, it was already many times thinner. Yu Xian's heart suddenly had a very strange feeling. It was as if something was born in her body. That strange feeling made her quickly lower her head. She saw that her hands were shining with a very mysterious aura. It was as if a black coat was draped over her body. Moreover, this coat was shining with a little light. It was very small, but very bright. It was as if it could illuminate half the night sky. Yu Xian, this is the star power. Jinwang and the others also felt that something was wrong. They quickly turned around and saw Yu Xian's strange appearance. They could not help but exclaim. Yu Xian was stunned. She carefully sensed it. This was a very strange energy. She rarely came into contact with it. She could feel that this energy was very pure. It entered her body from the outside, causing all the cells in her body to come alive and greedily absorb the star power. Could it be because of this? Yu Xian raised her head in a daze. The power of the stars would shine from the star field towards the god realm at all times, but she didn't seem to have this kind of reaction. If there was anything different about the power of the stars today, it would be the two huge disks in the sky that were very close to each other. The changes in their positions caused the power of the stars to be attracted towards the god realm. The star power is not something that everyone can absorb. To have such a reaction, it could only be a matter of the body's constitution, Jinwang muttered. His golden eyes looked at Yuexan and said, "Your constitution is, I don't know. I should say that I am just a mortal body. I don't have any constitution." Yuexan shook her head. After living for so many years, she did not sense any constitution. Moreover, if there was one, Xianyin would have told her long ago. Gold God King rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. Even if some people didn't have a special physique, they could still absorb the power of the stars because of some special reasons. Yuexan had a lot of strange things on her body, so she could automatically absorb the power of the stars. It was within their scope of understanding, and that was the only way they could understand it. Spreading her hands, Yuexan closed her eyes and sensed for a while. She looked at the depths of the sea of fire and took a deep breath. The light element flashed, and the speed was so fast that their bodies became a golden light beam. Seeing this, Jinwang and the others quickly moved and followed. At the moment when Yuexan and the others were hurrying, the other people in the sea of flames were also hurriedly flying. At that moment, the melody in the depths of the sea of flames changed again. The passionate melody caused the sea of flames to become berserk. Tongues of flames swept out for thousands, tens of thousands of miles. Those who were unable to dodge in time were instantly engulfed by the tongues of flames. Only charred corpses remained as the energy within their bodies were completely sucked dry. Many people who saw this scene felt fear in their hearts. They quickly turned around, wanting to escape from this hellish place. However, after flying above the sea of fire for a long time, they could only bump into the spatial folds again and again. Step by step, they entered a place they didn't want to go. It was as if the purple night dark flame didn't plan on letting anyone who came in leave. After flying for 2 hours, they finally came to a stop. Yuexan and the rest came to a sudden stop in the sky. They saw a huge floating platform floating 100 meters above the sea of flames. A layer of purple-gold energy barrier was revolving around it, isolating it from all the heat waves that were rushing towards it. The people from the Serene Flame Pavilion and the Soul Lotus sect, they really came here. No one was surprised to see the floating platform. This was also their home ground. 60 eras was enough for them to catch any clues that got close to the purple night flame. Yuexan only glanced at it once before moving her gaze away. The flames flickered and the singing rose in spirals, making people unable to help but become intoxicated. She looked at the front, where a beautiful purple lotus was blooming. It extended a long route and took root in the sea of flames. As they looked up, they saw a scene that caused the hearts of Yuexan and the others to skip a beat. On the lotus flower, a pair of slender, jade-like legs dangled outside of the lotus flower, gently swaying. Her skin was as white as ice crystals, reflecting bits of purple light. His gaze jerked up, and he saw the owner of the pair of beautiful legs. At this moment, she was holding a black fire lotus the size of a head. Her somewhat soft arms were supporting it, and she was extending it towards the 2 huge moons. Her charming face had a pure and innocent smile, just like a child. The fire spirit has really given birth to intelligence. Chapter 174. On the giant lotus platform made of flames, there was no head-sized flame that everyone dreamed of. Instead, there was a young girl in a luxurious purple dress who was humming a song. She was tall and slender, and her light purple hair fluttered in the wind like satin. Her slender waist was wrapped in a perfect curve by her tight dress, and her slender jade-like arms were as white as snow. Under the purple moonlight, they were beautiful and magnificent. She had a perfect oval face, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. 2 cute little dimples appeared on her cheeks, and her crystal-clear eyes even carried a smile. This is the purple night dark flame, the spirit of the flame. It's a miracle. She really gave birth to her own consciousness. Fire God King took a deep breath and murmured excitedly. The more powerful something was, the harder it was for it to give birth to its own consciousness. Now, they saw a living flame spirit, a flame in human form. This was a miracle in the divine world, and it broke everyone's understanding. Compared to Fire God King's excitement, everyone's face was gloomy. If it was a miracle, then it was a miracle. There was no lack of miracles in this world, and the divine world was a place full of divine spirits. However, what they were concerned about now was that the purple night dark flame had given birth to its own consciousness, which meant that she could use her power rationally, the power of a peak emperor god. However, Yu Xian's face was even weirder. She frowned. After more than a year, she finally saw the purple night dark flame again. However, she wasn't as excited as she thought she would be. At this moment, her aura was even a little chaotic. This strange energy fluctuation also attracted the attention of Jin Jinwang and the others. This energy fluctuation wasn't from Yuan Li or star energy, but a different kind of energy fluctuation. It was very, very special, and it made them palpitate. The whirlpool zither is vibrating. Why? Yu Xian carefully pressed her chest, and her face wasn't looking good. Xian Yin placed the whirlpool zither in her heart as her greatest protection, and there was also the little ice blue person. At this moment, the two things seemed to be tense. The whirlpool zither was vibrating as if it was threatened. As for the little ice blue person, its nervousness could be seen from its face that only had embryonic facial features. The whirlpool zither is the sound god's godhead weapon. Brother, you must be careful. If you feel that something is wrong with the whirlpool zither, it means that you've encountered something that can make it vigilant. Perhaps the enemy has a godhead weapon, or it has a godhead itself. No matter what, you must be extremely careful. He still remembered Tian Xian Yin's nervous warning. She said that anything that could make the whirlpool zither would be very dangerous for her. Even with the whirlpool zither, it couldn't guarantee that she would be safe. Godhead, Godhead, the purple night dark flame has a godhead. The sudden thought couldn't be dismissed. It made Yu Xian shudder violently, and her breathing quickened. Xian Yin had told her that godheads could attract and resonate with each other. The whirlpool zither's reaction was telling her that the purple night dark flame had a godhead. She's a god-level expert. Even someone as strong as Yu Xian paled. If the purple night dark flame was only a peak god-level expert, she might be able to subdue it. With the whirlpool zither, she wasn't afraid of experts below the god level. However, if the purple night dark flame was a god-level expert, if that was the case, then everyone here was just here to give her fuel. That level was a peak expert in the entire god realm. In the current god realm, other than the people Yu Xian seemed to know, there weren't any other god-level experts. There weren't any records, and the 9 God Palaces' vast intelligence network couldn't find any god-level experts. Little Xian? Seeing her pale face, Yu Yin couldn't help but be stunned. She grabbed her hand and called out worriedly, "Little Xian? Yu Xian took a deep breath and slowly shook her head. "I'm fine, I was just scared by myself." Then she stared at the girl formed by the purple night dark flame and activated her evil spirit eye. No, she doesn't have that suffocating strength. But after sensing it carefully, Yu Xian felt that something was wrong. She had faced Xian Yin's pressure before, and that feeling made her feel suffocated. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a person, but a boundless star field. And that was when she let her energy circulate on its own. However, the purple night dark flame didn't give her that feeling. Xiao! Just as she was giving herself a fright, figures suddenly appeared in the void around her. They were floating in the sky, constantly panting, and their faces were filled with fear. There are so many people, but that's good. We can't subdue the purple night dark flame alone. Sweeping his gaze across the sky, Jin Jinwang smiled and turned his gaze back to the girl on the huge lotus flower. When he looked over, Everyone's attention was also on the beautiful girl shrouded in purple light. Looking at the purple-clothed girl who was swaying her slender legs on a huge flame lotus and humming a song, the entire space immediately became silent. Numerous gazes were greedily and fervently looking at the former. With the eyes of the people present, they were naturally able to tell that the original body of the girl in front of them was the true purple night, serene flame. Of course, there were those who didn't have good eyesight. Seeing everyone's ecstatic expression, they only felt a little confused and didn't know what was going on. Purple night, dark flame. I didn't expect that the seal for 60 eras didn't exhaust your energy. Instead, it made you so strong that you could trap an underworld emperor expert to death in a spatial trap. It's really impressive. On the floating platform, a white-haired elder in purple raised his head and stared at the purple night flame with an indifferent expression. The previous spatial wrinkles might have been quite troublesome for others, but for them, who had 2 Emperor of the Underworld experts, it was not a big deal. 60 eras of accumulation. No matter what, it's a disaster for the divine world to accumulate such a huge amount of energy. This time, we can't let her escape. If we let her go, the Source Peak region and even the divine world will be plunged into misery and suffering. The Nether King expert from the sacred artifact Divine Hall stared at the purple night dark flame with a fiery gaze. Greed continued to spread from the bottom of his heart. He had cultivated for countless years, and his previous experience had allowed him to clearly sense the terror of the purple night dark flame. Moreover, there was probably only one divine flame that could give birth to intelligence in the divine world. It was also because of this that the greed in his heart had skyrocketed. Hearing this person's Chinese, many people around nodded and looked at the purple night dark flame with a frightened expression. The ability that the latter had displayed was too terrifying. Boom! While everyone was talking, a strong light suddenly erupted from the sea of fire below. The fire was so strong that everyone could not help but squint their eyes. It was as if a sun had exploded below. Even the space trembled slightly. The beautiful girl on the enormous purple lotus suddenly withdrew the smile on her pretty face when she heard these words. Go also stopped after she spat out the last syllable. Her pretty gem-like eyes did not contain any emotion as she glanced at the pavilion chief of the Serene Flame Pavilion and the others. Her jade-like hand withdrew the lotus flower that she had extended. However, she ignored them as her eyes locked onto Yuexen, who had been feeling uneasy. A moment later, a calm voice was slowly emitted. What is hidden in your body? Hearing this, Yuexian's heart jumped violently. She cursed inwardly. Divine deities would attract and resonate with each other. Although she had heard Xian mention it before, she had not encountered it, so she was not clear. Now that she heard her question, Yuexian could not help but bitterly smile. Soon after, she shook her head under everyone's strange gaze. She could not tell the truth. There were many experts here. If she took out the whirlpool zither, who knew what would happen? This was her only hope, so she naturally would not expose it. In the surrounding sky, when the numerous figures heard purple night dark flames, words that were filled with interest towards Yuexin, their gazes were all astonished as they looked towards the latter. Clearly, they did not expect that the latter, who was only at the mortal stage, would appear here and even attract purple night dark flames' interest. You can't say it? Then forget it. Seeing Yuexian shake her head, purple night dark flame wrinkled her nose in displeasure. She retracted her gaze. Even if Yuexian did not say it, she could guess it, so there was no need to force her to say it. Holding the fire lotus in her jade-like hands, purple night dark flame raised her head towards the huge moon and smiled sweetly. That beautiful appearance made everyone take another look at her. However, their eyes were filled with fear. They knew that this girl was not only beautiful. She had the power to destroy everyone here. Purple night in the sky, destined person. I have waited for this day for a long time. A clear and melodious voice with a hint of tiredness that was difficult to detect came out from that small cherry mouth, causing everyone to be slightly surprised. Destined person? Could it be that the Purple Knight Dark Flame had a master? Which one of you is the person he chose? Ziyu Yan indifferently said. His clear and melodious words made everyone confused. Him? Who was he? Out of the 150 divine flames in the divine world, only one would be born. Unless it was completely destroyed, it would not give birth to a second divine flame. Could it be that he was the previous master of the Purple Knight Dark Flame? No. Forget it. Once I've erased all of you, I'll know who he is. If he is, then so be it. If he isn't, then I'll go and find him myself. From the moment you entered my fire domain, you can only enter and not leave. The purple-clothed girl waved her jade-like hands, and the black lotus was gently placed on the lotus thrown behind her. An invisible fluctuation spread out from her body. The sea of fire below suddenly became abnormally crazy. The space trembled more intensely than before. Seeing this scene, everyone was startled. Purple Knight Dark Flame had mobilized the entire fire domain. Was she trying to catch them all in one fell swoop? Starlock. The sea of fire suddenly became violent. Following that, the raging light purple flames burst out from the purple-clothed girl's body and flew out. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire world. It was like a flaming prison, wrapping UXIN and the others within. 5 huge light, purple curtains of fire poured down from the sky and connected to the sea of fire below. From afar, it looked like a huge prison that connected the heavens and the earth. When the prison was formed, the sea of fire below suddenly became abnormally bright. That light was like a burning sun, and they were on the surface of the sun. The temperature in the prison was rising rapidly. UXIN and the rest were clustered together. Their expressions were grave as they observed their surroundings. They could sense that when this prison was formed and the sea of fire below changed, a frightening temperature, which caused even her to feel a little fearful, was swiftly spreading. She's trying to refine all of us. Fire God King said with a grave expression, "The Purple Knight Dark Flame's strength is extremely terrifying. Right now, it's probably equivalent to a genuine peak God Emperor expert. In addition, this is her home ground. With the strange ability of the Purple Knight Dark Flame, even a late divine rank expert would find it hard to subdue her." Jin Wang said in a deep voice. UXIN bitterly smiled and shook her head. Not only that, she also had a divine spark. The divine spark that could make the whirlpool zither move. After sleeping for so many years, it just so happens that I'm a little bored. Before the star core forms, let me play with you guys. The girl smiled sweetly, but that seductive smile was filled with an indescribable evil. Chapter 175. The star core is indeed transforming the sea of fire into a star. If it succeeds, it will be a great disaster for the divine world. Fire God King could not help but gasp when he heard that. His gloomy voice caused everyone's expression to change slightly. What will happen if it succeeds? With a light wave of his hand, the divine light mirror floated out and hung above his head. Strands of golden energy fell on UXIN's body, and the sky piercer that was longer than a person also flew out. He even took the time to ask, "Guess what will happen if there are 3 suns in the sky?" Jin Wang asked in return. He felt that the hint was not enough and added, "Moreover, these suns are made from divine flames." Hearing this, UXIN could not help but imagine. Then, her face gradually turned serious. If there was an additional star condensed from powerful divine flames, the extreme heat would sprinkle down from the sky and directly illuminate the gods' world. That terrifying heat would burn the gods' world into a wasteland. Other than those extremely powerful great forces, everyone else would die a tragic death under that heat. Everyone's expression changed slightly. It seemed that they had also thought of such a terrifying situation. Bang! Bang! While everyone's hearts were filled with shock, low and deep explosion sounds were suddenly emitted from a short distance behind them. UXIN and the rest hurriedly turned their heads, only to see numerous figures suddenly explode into clusters of blood mist. The blood mist had just appeared when it was completely vaporized by the frighteningly high temperature. The sudden explosion of bodies caused many people to panic. They were all divine experts, but they did not see anyone launching any attacks. They did not even feel the ripples of energy. However, these people, horror swiftly spread amongst the crowd, causing quite a number of people to hurriedly use a large amount of energy to cover their bodies in order to guard against this invisible attack. However, an increasing number of human figures exploded out of nowhere. The sound of blood and bones shattering caused one's scalp to turn numb. This kind of killing method was really invisible and colorless. Don't communicate with the energy of heaven and earth. In the domain of purple night flame, every drop of energy has her will. If you don't want to die, don't use the energy of heaven and earth recklessly. As the panic spread, someone who understood the situation finally shouted. Upon hearing this cry, the remaining people hurriedly cut off the connection between the natural strength and their bodies. The only thing churning on the surface of their bodies was their own essence strength. At this moment, the situation of the self-destruction gradually weakened. Since you know that I can use my will to control the energy of heaven and earth. The purple-clothed girl raised her eyes indifferently. She stretched out her hand and gently clenched it towards the crowd below. Bang! 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 The moment the purple-clothed girl clenched her hand, the energy in the entire sky instantly boiled. Monstrous purple flames spewed out from the void, causing the place instantly became chaotic. Almost 90% of the experts below God and below, their bodies suddenly exploded in an extremely strange manner. It was as if the seeds of explosion was planted in their bodies. What a ruthless method! Seeing that the majority of the experts had disappeared in the blink of an eye and the sky was filled with a rapidly dissipating blood mist, UXN could not help but wipe her sweat. When the purple night flame clenched her hand, that terrifying fluctuation swept through everyone's body, as if it was triggering something. Fortunately, they did not use the energy here after entering. Otherwise, the blood mist in the sky would be their end. Purple night sky, my energy is limitless. Looking at the much emptier sky, a faint smile appeared on the purple-clothed girl's face. Her faint purple eyes glanced at the remaining people and stopped at UXAN for a while. Soon after, she slowly sat down beside the lotus platform. With a gentle wave of her hand, the sea of fire below surged even more violently. The entire sea of fire seemed to be boiling. The dazzling light was really like a bright sun. However, it contained even more destructive energy than the sun. This was a destructive power that could flatten half of the divine world. We can't let her complete the evolution of a star. The divine world will be destroyed because of this. In the face of the purple night flame's big move, everyone present was slightly stunned. Even the pavilion master of the serene flame pavilion frowned slowly. Looks like I have disappeared for such a long time that no one remembers what happened back then. Your serene flame pavilion has waited bitterly for me for 60 eras, thinking that you have the situation under control. Unfortunately, other than her, no one here can hurt me. The purple-clothed girl smiled at everyone and said softly, "If that's the case, why don't you wait for me to complete the evolution of a star? When the purple light illuminates the sky, the person chosen by that person will definitely appear." UXIN's face twitched. This sentence made everyone's gaze fall on her. She smiled bitterly. Why did she mention her for no reason? Let her wait, quietly. Everyone's gaze was a little strange. The purple night flame strength was close to that of a god-level expert, but she said that only UXIN could hurt her. Didn't that mean that this little girl who looked 14 or 15 years old had the strength of a god-level expert? How could it be? Everyone shook their heads. Humph. The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion stared at the purple night flame in the distance. Her strength was close to that of a god-level expert. Such terrifying strength. There were not many people in the divine world who had such power. However, the Serene Flame Pavilion had prepared for the purple night flame for 60 eras. How could they not have any tricks up their sleeves? One should know that the founder of the Serene Flame Pavilion was also a god-level expert. Of course, that was a trump card. It was impossible for them to use it immediately. Everyone, no matter what grudges we have this time, if we want to live and defeat the purple night flame, we have to work together. No matter if it's for the greater good or for personal reasons. The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion first looked in the direction of UXIN and the rest. Although Jin Jinwang and the rest looked like god underworld experts, the pavilion master who had heard of the latter naturally did not think that they were insignificant god underworld experts. If they were not willing to work together, there would be a lot of trouble. Furthermore, Violet Night Dark Flame also said that UXIN had the strength to injure him. People at their level naturally wouldn't speak without thinking. Although it wasn't clear what position Violet Night Dark Flame was trying to place UXIN in, at least she wasn't like what others thought her to be. How could she be a nobody when she had the strength to injure Violet Night Dark Flame, who was at the peak of the God Emperor realm? Hearing the words of the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion, the eyes of many experts flickered. Among this group of people, the strongest was the Serene Flame Pavilion, who had 2 underworld emperors. If the Purple Night Flame suffered any losses, they would definitely use their trump card. The one who would benefit in the end would be the Serene Flame Pavilion. As for UXIN and the rest, no one took it seriously. They only thought that the Purple Night Flame wanted them to change their target. Seeing that everyone was silent, the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion was not surprised. He said indifferently, "Hurry up and think about it. If anyone has the confidence to deal with the Purple Night Flame alone, I guarantee that I will not interfere." After saying that, he looked thoughtfully at UXIN. He firmly believed that since the Purple Night Flame had said so, this little girl must be a dangerous person. You are right. No matter what the purpose is, it is indeed better to join forces now. The Purple Night Flame does not seem to want us to leave. Jin Jinwang nodded. The ancestors of the 9 divine temples had also silently contributed to the divine world. This excellent style had been passed down from generation to generation. Although there was no earth-shattering event, if there was something that threatened the ordinary people of the divine world, the 9 divine temples would also help. In the eyes of others, they were more like guardians. The current situation had to be like this. Seeing that Jin Jinwang and the rest nodded, the Sacred Weapon Divine Temple and other powerful forces also nodded slightly. Mysterious sister, you plan to... Seeing that the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion had actually looked at them, or rather at UXIN, Yushi could not help but wrinkle her nose and ask softly. UXIN raised her head and looked at the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion for a moment. She immediately shook her head and said, "My power can only be used when my life is in danger. At other times, that power cannot be used by me." After saying that, she could not help but roll her eyes in her heart. Of course, the swirling long zither could be used when her life was in danger. She could use the Godhead weapon at any time. The reason why she did not agree was that she was afraid that after taking out the swirling long zither, many people would remember her. If she could not defeat the Purple Night Flame in the end, then she would use the swirling long zither to blast a hole and take everyone to escape. If she could successfully defeat the Purple Night Flame, then she would have a trump card that could not be used. Hearing this, the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion could not help but be a little disappointed. If he could make UXIN use that power, then they would be able to seize the Purple Night Flame's origin source flame. Shaking his head, the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion smiled faintly and said, "Since that is the case, friends whose strength is above Shenming, We will deal with the purple night flame together. Those who have nothing to do with it, please step back. If anything happens, please let us know. Yi Shi and I will do our best to support you." Yu Xan sighed and turned her head to Jin Jinwang and the rest, and said softly, "Seniors, please be careful. My formation will take a while to activate." Hearing this, Jin Jinwang grinned and said, "Don't worry." They were not ordinary people, and naturally knew the situation at this moment. Joining forces with the Serene Flame Pavilion to fight the enemy was just to take what they needed. They had no enmity with the Serene Flame Pavilion. If the latter dared to provoke Jin Jinwang and the rest under such circumstances, they would definitely suffer the wrath of the 9 divine temples. Hey, do you really want to fight?" Looking at the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion with interest, the girl in purple could not help but sneer and said with a faint smile, "2 emperors of the underworld, 1 king of the underworld, and dozens of divine gods and Shinming. How powerful!" Hearing this, Yu Xian's eyes narrowed and swept across those who had stepped out. Most of the gods present, except for Jin Jinwang and the rest, basically had the fire element. With so many god experts, it could be said that this was the largest military force she had seen in these years. She did not know what trump card the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion had, but she knew that the Sacred Weapon Palace had a sacred weapon array. With so many gods present, if they gathered all their divine weapons together and condensed everyone's energy, they would probably be able to severely injure the Purple Night Flame. When Yu Xian was estimating everyone's strength, the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion's figure flashed and appeared 1,000 feet in front of the huge purple lotus. At this moment, the other experts also surrounded the Purple Night Flame. Dozens of gods who had surpassed Shenming joined forces. That kind of momentum was enough to be called earth-shattering. And when everyone was ready for battle, the people standing in the sky also hurriedly retreated. With so many experts joining forces, that kind of power was bound to be shocking. They did not want to be affected. In such an earth-shattering battle, they could not help. As everyone retreated, the girl in purple also laughed softly. She raised her head and looked at the sealed area. Smiling faintly, she said, "Interesting. It reminds me of the past. Serene Flame Axe." A delicate shout came from her small mouth. With a fierce wave of her delicate hand, the black lotus on the lotus platform behind her trembled slightly and turned into a flame. It condensed into a 2-meter-long black axe in front of the girl in purple. The blade was like a crescent moon, reflecting a frightening cold light. She grabbed the huge axe in her hand. Purple light flowed, and the sea of fire below also surged fiercely. "Those who stand in my way die." As the last word fell, a terrifying shock wave suddenly swept out from the huge axe in her hand. The sea of fire below suddenly erupted like a volcano, and a huge pillar of fire soared into the sky. That kind of terrifying energy. It caused the faces of the pavilion master and the others to change slightly. "Let's attack together." The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion shouted. A monstrous aura broke out from his body. A few dazzling hand seals changed rapidly, and the energy that soared into the sky suddenly trembled. Then it surged fiercely between his palms, condensing into a huge palm, and slammed fiercely toward the huge pillar of fire below. The auras of the others also surged violently. Pillars of energy cut across the sky, heading toward the shock wave or the pillar of fire that was rushing toward them. Boom! An earth-shattering noise resounded through the sky. Gorgeous energy fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. The many pillars of energy were easily destroyed after coming into contact with the shock wave. In the blink of an eye, they were completely annihilated. As the loud noise resounded, a series of muffled groans sounded in the sky. There were even some who directly spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. Die! A delicate shout came from the sky. The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion had just stabilized himself when a sense of danger descended from the sky. He raised his head abruptly and saw a slender figure descending from the sky with a huge axe that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Feeling the power contained in the huge axe, his face became much paler. Pillars of energy soared into the sky and condensed into a huge energy barrier in front of the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion. He also shouted angrily, and a terrifying black flame rose from his hands. With the flame in his palms, he slammed them on the energy barrier. Light flowed, making it look very sturdy. Bam! The dull noise resounded through the sky again. Immediately, everyone saw that in the sky, there were suddenly many figures rushing down from the sky at high speed and violently smashing into the sea of fire. The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion and the others trembled and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then they smashed into the sea of fire, creating a huge wave of fire. "So, I told you not to disturb me." Yuexan and the others looked at this scene, and the horror on their faces became more and more intense. Dozens of gods and 2 emperors of the underworld were in such a sorry state in the hands of Purple Night Flame. Although the latter had the home ground and had the geographical advantage, this overwhelming attack was too ferocious. Bam! The purple sea of fire exploded, and dozens of figures rushed out again. Finally, they were suspended in the air. However, those with sharp eyes noticed that the number of experts who rushed up seemed to be a little less. They seemed to have been annihilated in the sea of fire. Chapter 176. Everyone, if we continue to hide our strength, I'm afraid that we will no longer have the chance to attack. The pavilion chief of the Serene Flame Pavilion coldly cried out with a gloomy expression. If this were to continue, it was likely that they would begin to lose their endurance. Everyone frowned slightly when they heard his words. After being violently struck by the Purple Night Dark Flame twice earlier, some injuries had appeared within their bodies. This was especially the case for the Purple Night Dark Flame. It was like maggots that had stuck to their bodies. They were unable to expel it within a short period of time. We can only talk after defeating the Purple Night Dark Flame. This thought flashed across everyone's hearts. Their expressions slowly became solemn. The vast and mighty aura that was suspended around the Purple Night Dark Flame swiftly soared. "Brother Fu Bin, help me block it for a while." Guizhu let out a low cry. His body swiftly pulled back in the empty space. An enormous energy continuously surged out from his body. Both of his hands swiftly danced at this moment. A frightening strength formed numerous tornadoes around him, sweeping the sea of fire until it became violent. The pavilion chief of the Serene Flame Pavilion looked at Guizhu's solemn manner and nodded. His hand seals swiftly changed. A vast and mighty Do Chi that caused even the sky to tremble spread out from his body. At this moment, he appeared to have released all of his strength. The remaining people also clenched their teeth when the 2 of them unleashed their strength. They no longer dared to hold anything back. The energy within their bodies circulated wildly. In an instant, wild winds blew and thunder rolled. Even the purple-colored viscous sea of fire below began to roar wildly, forming huge flame waves that were thousands of feet tall. Clang! Just as everyone was about to unleash their strength, a series of metal clashing sounds suddenly sounded in the sky. An enormous shadow suddenly pounced toward the pavilion chief and the others. They saw numerous purple-colored chains shooting down from the sky. Before they could react, they had already surrounded everyone. Finally, following a couple of clanging sounds, they formed an enormous chain prison that covered all of the experts within. I don't have the time to play with all of you. If you want to play, all of you can play by yourselves. The Purple Night Dark Flame randomly patted her hands and yawned. Meimao once again glanced at Yuexan, after which her body swayed and appeared on the enormous fire lotus platform. The large axe in her hand turned back into a small black fire lotus that floated to the middle of the lotus platform. "I'm trapped inside now." Yu Xian's face twitched as she looked at the sky that had suddenly become empty. Light flowed on those chains, and any energy that came in contact with them would be reflected back. Even if the powerhouse inside wasn't weak, he wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Boom! The rumbling sound that was suddenly transmitted caused everyone outside of the chains to be startled. The shaking of the space caused them to stagger. Their eyes turned and saw that the sea of fire below, which had stopped, had once again begun to churn intensely. There was a cluster of things deep within it that was becoming increasingly bright. That bright appearance caused the hearts of quite a number of people to sink. The evolution of the star's core is continuing. From the looks of it, in less than 4 hours it should. Yi Shi's small face was also full of solemnity. If this purple star really did form, the first to be burned to ashes would be them. After that, the common people of the god realm, including those below the level of gods, would all die a painful death under this brilliant purple sun. It's that black fire lotus! Yu Xian exclaimed in a low voice. When the black fire lotus turned into a large axe, she clearly felt that the activity of the sea of fire below had weakened a lot. Just a moment ago, the sea of fire had begun to churn intensely again. If there wasn't anything different, or if there wasn't any way to activate the purple night dark flame, it should be that black fire lotus. We can't let her continue like this. Yu Xian and Yi, she looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. They both took a deep breath and firmly nodded their heads. Sister Xian, help me take care of Sister Yu Yin. Yu Xian patted Yu Yin's shoulder and took a deep breath. She looked at little Xian, who was worriedly looking at the chain prison. She and Shui Ji's uncles hadn't rushed out yet. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. They instinctively felt that something was wrong. They quickly turned their gazes and saw the determined faces of Yu Xian and Yi Shi. Little star! Yu Yin couldn't help but transmit her voice. She knew why this idiot had such an expression. However, this was different from usual. Normally, they would only be facing God realm experts at most. This time, they were facing a divine flame that stood at the peak of the god realm. It was the terrifying purple night dark flame that couldn't be defeated by so many experts, even if they joined forces. Don't worry, you won't die. Yu Xian's lips curled up into a smile that was uglier than crying. She patted Yu Yin's head. Wait, that old bastard told me to look after you. Don't mess around. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it? Little Xian frowned and took a step to the side, blocking Yu Xian's path. She couldn't help but complain. Sister Xian, if we continue to stay here, everyone will die. Yu Xian shook her head and smiled sweetly. Then, she grabbed Yi Shi's little hand and stomped her foot on the ground. A formation appeared under her feet. When the blue light appeared, little Xian cursed in her heart. Her jade-like hand stretched out as fast as lightning. However, before she could touch them, Yu Xian activated the formation and disappeared from the spot, causing little Xian to grab empty air. Their figures flashed and appeared 1,000 meters away from the purple night dark flame. Yu Xian and Yi, she took a deep breath and their gazes suddenly became sharp. That purple night dark flame, I haven't done anything yet. Don't even think about condensing a star core. A lovely shout suddenly rang out, causing everyone in the sky to be startled. Turning their gazes, they saw Yu Xian and Yi Shi flying over together. However, when they saw the two of them, they could not help but sigh. They were merely two mundane stage practitioners. What could they do? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the purple-clothed girl suddenly raised her head when she heard the voice. Her charming face became more dignified. Mei Mao stared at Yu Xian. You also want to make a move? This dignified voice startled everyone. The purple night dark flame didn't become serious when many gods joined forces just now. However, these two people just stood there and made her solemn. When you condense a star core, everyone here will be finished. If you don't make a move now, when will you? Yi, she said in a deep voice. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Xian let out a low shout. The patterns on her arm all lit up, and weapons shot out one after another. After that, she rubbed her hand on the pendant, and the wide black halberd appeared in her hand. Several divine artifacts revolved around her, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. These are all high-rank divine weapons. As if they were frightened, everyone's face turned pale when they saw the numerous divine weapons. However, these weren't all of Yu Xian's weapons. She still hadn't taken out the Linghong sword. At this moment, it was impossible to take out the divine weapon. If she escaped today, she would be targeted by many forces. If she left the Linghong sword here, perhaps everyone would give up on the Purple Night Dark Flame and come for the Linghong sword. The latter was definitely much easier. To be honest, I'm very nervous, Yu Xian muttered nervously as she adjusted the halberd in her hand. Don't talk about you. I'm also very nervous. Yi Shi, who was holding many arrays, said with a trembling voice. However, she forced herself to calm down and laughed dryly. When the purple-clothed girl saw the two of them, she couldn't help but frown. She waved her delicate hand, and the sea of fire below surged violently. Soon after, a huge purple flaming axe shot out from the sea of fire. In a flash, it appeared in the Purple Night Dark Flame's hand. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xian's expression turned serious. She tilted her head and nodded at Yi Shi. She tightened her grip on the halberd and muttered. 3. The Purple Night Dark Flame cried out. Flames covered the sky and earth, bringing along extremely hot waves of fire, rushed towards Yu Xian and Yi Shi. The momentum was even more terrifying than when they were fighting against many experts. It was as if the heavens and earth were going to be incinerated. 2. Looking at the flames that covered the sky, Yi Shi's expression turned grave. With a thought, a huge array that was 100,000 feet wide suddenly broke out from the void. That huge array was actually similar to Yun Nuoxing's energy decomposition array. When the flames rushed towards it, they were decomposed, leaving behind only a wisp of hot air. However, the boundless flames continued to pounce onto the formation, causing it to become a lot dimmer. It was only able to endure for a short moment before it was unable to bear the heavy burden and shattered. The flames that were being suppressed after that frantically roared towards Yu Xian and Yu. 1. When the last word rang out, Yu Xian also cried out. She grabbed the halberd and brought along many divine artifacts. The array beneath her feet flashed, and her figure flashed. Light elements surged, and her figure suddenly rushed out. However, what shocked everyone was that the two of them weren't rushing towards the Purple Night Dark Flame. Instead, they were rushing towards the chain prison. Seeing this scene, Purple Night Dark Flame was also taken aback. After reacting, he furrowed his brows and fiercely stomped his feet on the lotus platform. His body became a purple lightning as he charged towards Yu Xian and Purple Night Dark Flame. With a wave of his hand, the huge axe brought along a blazing wind as it fiercely smashed towards Yu Xian's back. Clang! A giant axe suddenly appeared in the air. As soon as the golden giant axe appeared, it violently collided with the purple giant axe. The sound of metal colliding caused everyone to hurriedly cover their ears. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside the chain prison. The divine artifacts and tens of thousands of formations immediately went berserk. Yu Xian and Yi Shi both roared angrily. Wielding their divine artifacts and formations, they smashed toward the prison. Divine artifacts and earth-shattering energies joined together as they continuously pounced onto the chain prison. Dazzling energies exploded on the chain, and the clanking sounds of chains resounded. The purple energy rapidly flowed and resisted those energies. However, the energy wave after energy wave caused the chain prison to be overwhelmed. The energy on the chain had actually dimmed. Stop! The purple-clothed girl immediately became a little anxious when she saw this. Her flying speed increased by a lot. With a sudden wave of her jade-like hand, a circular fire ring appeared in front of her and swiftly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it violently collided with Yu Xian's duo. Immediately, a loud and clear explosion resounded across the sky. Humph! The barrier and arrays of the divine light mirror were instantly shattered. Yu Xian and Yi, she let out a groan as blood uncontrollably flowed out. Yu Xian clenched her teeth, and the energy of the Linghong sword surged towards the halberd. Following a sharp and furious roar, she suddenly smashed the halberd towards the chain. A deafening sound accompanied by a terrifying energy ripple was emitted from the tip of the halberd. It caused the space to rapidly fluctuate. Everyone was shocked to see that the space within a 10-meter radius was actually twisting like a towel. Crack! A clear, shattering sound rang out, causing the expressions of everyone, including the purple-clothed girl, to slightly change. Mei Mao turned around and saw that at the place where the halberd and the chain came into contact, a small pale white crack was slowly spreading out. A piece of the halberd also slowly fell, forcefully enduring the stuffiness in her chest. Yu Xian fiercely clenched her teeth. She raised the halberd and wanted to stab at the chain once again. However, a terrifying palm wind came from behind her. A small, white, jade-like hand pierced through the space and came out from the pitch-black space. It violently slammed towards Yu Xian's back. The blazing wind caused the space to be unable to bear the pressure and shattered. Before the terrifying jade-like hand came close, the wind had already rushed over and slammed onto the golden light barrier on the surface of her body. It caused the divine light mirror's barrier to be on the verge of collapse. The force also entered the barrier, causing Yu Xian's face to turn pale. She spat out a large mouthful of blood, but she still violently swung the halberd down. Clang! The sudden loud sound caused her to tremble. Just as she was about to turn her head, she heard Yi Shi's furious roar. Are you crazy? What good will it do for you to risk your life to save them? Even if you think that you can't subdue the purple night dark flame, don't use such a method to throw away your life. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, one could hear Yi Shi's muffled groans one after another. The formation in front of her rapidly faded under the blazing purple flames, and waves of destructive strength qi struck her petite body, causing her pretty face to become much paler. Yu Xian bitterly smiled. With the swirling zither in her body, she could at least withstand one attack from the purple night dark flame. That was why she risked her life. Otherwise, she would have used the light element to escape. While she was bitterly laughing, a cracking sound was suddenly emitted, causing the expressions of the three of them to change. Their gazes shifted to the side, only to see numerous cracks appearing at the area where the chains were entwined. These cracks swiftly spread to other areas, before finally connecting with the cracks created by Yu Xian's halberd. Bang! Along with a muffled sound, the purple chain shattered into dust that filled the sky. The force from the explosion sent Yu Xian and the other two flying. They tumbled a few hundred meters in the sky before coming to a stop. Suddenly, a terrifying crack quietly opened up in space. It extended for tens of thousands of miles like a spatial black hole. The berserk spatial storm caused everyone to sway unsteadily like a small boat in a storm. There were even some people who were unable to stabilize their bodies and were swept into the storm, leaving behind a shriek of being torn apart by the storm. Not even a speck of their bodies was left behind. The unceasingly cracking space stabilized in a few breaths of time. Soon after, the crack slowly turned silver, and a huge black object rushed out from the crack. Its length spanned across the entire crack, spanning tens of thousands of miles. As soon as it came out, it directly smashed into the sea of flames below, splashing up huge waves of flames that soared to the sky. The thousands of feet tall waves of flames were like real ocean waves. Riding on the sea of flames, it rapidly spread out in the distance, covering those who were scared out of their wits and unable to react. In an instant, they turned into wisps of green smoke without even leaving behind their last words. Cyan was also frightened. Looking at the thousands of feet tall curtain of flames, she was so frightened that she couldn't even utter a sound. With a flash of the light element, she carried Yi Shi and rushed to the side of Yu Yin and the other two. Golden chains rapidly shot out from her red robe, wrapping around the three of them as they desperately escaped. As for those who had quick reactions, they instantly moved, using all of their strength to fly towards the sky, avoiding the thousands of feet tall waves of flames. In an instant, the sky turned chaotic. The waves of flames covered the distance like waves. They came quickly and left quickly. Only when everyone had calmed down did they find the time to turn their heads to look at the black object. Sounds of cold breaths being sucked in rose and fell in the sky. Yuyan City. Chapter 177. The monstrous waves slowly came to a stop in the distance, splashing against the sea of flames and splashing out thousands of waves. The purple light from the flames illuminated everyone's strange expressions. The atmosphere in the sky instantly became comical and strange. The huge black object that was steadily stationed above the sea of flames revealed its appearance under the two colors of the moonlight. It was a stone pillar that seemed to reach the heavens. On top of it was a purple gold palace. The buildings below it were arranged in a somewhat disorderly manner. The center of the entire city was that stone pillar that stood in the middle of the city. At this moment, the entire Yuyan city was illuminated with an azure light. The crisscrossing lights on the streets looked very disorderly. If one was in the middle of it, they would not be able to see anything. However, right now everyone was floating in the sky. Although they could not see the entire Yuyan city from above, they could still vaguely see that the flickering azure light was a huge array that was engraved with mysterious runes. The core of the array was that huge pillar that reached the heavens. The purple gold palace above the huge pillar was emitting azure light. It slowly spread along the stone pillar towards the array below. The purple gold and azure light of the entire palace flickered. The rhythm of the light was like the beating of a heart. Furthermore, the palace lit up with threads of another color. The blood-red energy matrix spread to every corner of the palace. When it was reflected outside the palace, it looked like blood vessels. The same scene was playing out on some of the tall buildings in the outskirts of ghostly Flame City. Countless blood-red threads slowly seeped into the magic formation below, causing the light to become much brighter. Gold and red intertwined with an evil light, making it look like a blood-red disc. That is, blood sacrifice, an array that has been tainted by blood. Seeing the blood-red threads outside the palace, Yu-Yin immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. She covered her mouth with her delicate hand, and her face was filled with shock. After the encirclement chains collapsed, everyone escaped in a somewhat sorry state. Jin Wang and the others appeared in front of Cyan and the others in a flash. They looked down and also recognized what those red threads were. Their faces became more and more serious. What a vicious method! Such a large-scale activation has consumed over 1 million lives. Yi Shi, who was in midair, naturally saw the scene. She sighed and muttered, "The song of death, using millions of lives as a sacrifice. Is it finally going to bear its fangs now?" The Serene Flame Pavilion's generosity had indeed shocked everyone. No one had thought in this direction before. To be able to stand for 60 eras without falling, perhaps this was their greatest trump card. The founder of the Serene Flame Pavilion had indeed put in a lot of effort for the Purple Night Dark Flame. What's going on? Just as everyone was shocked, a furious roar rang out from the Serene Flame Pavilion at the center of Yuyan City, causing everyone to be shocked. This seemed to be the voice of the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion. Shifting his gaze, he saw the people from the Serene Flame Pavilion and the Soul Lotus sect standing quietly in the sky above the Serene Flame Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion looked at the magic array that covered the entire Serene Flame City. His voice was filled with anger and confusion that could not be concealed. This roar directly stunned everyone. Could it be that some strange change had occurred in the magic array that even he could not control? What is this blood, sacrifice, all about? The pavilion master of the Yuan Pavilion fiercely turned his head and looked at the people behind him. The Song of Death was a very special kind of saint art array. Although its array was very sacred, its power was filled with evil. However, once the saint art array was sacrificed, its sacred power would be greatly weakened. What was left was the dense evil chi. A saint art array that had lost its sacred power was no different from an ordinary array. The Song of Death has been destroyed. This is really bad. Guoju also frowned slightly. He looked at Yuan City with some confusion. He had been guarding Yuan City for some time, but he did not feel anything unusual. In other words, Yuan City was tens of thousands of miles long and wide. He did not know how many people there were. Other than the attack of the Abyss Divine Palace that day, he did not see anything unusual, missing. As for the young Xinming of the Serene Flame Pavilion, he seemed to have thought of something. The strange events that had persisted for more than half a year in the Serene Flame City. If there was anything wrong with it, it would be the so-called disappearances. Even Xinming experts could die without knowing why. It was said that someone had barged into the Serene Flame Pavilion and saw corpses and blood everywhere. After thinking for a while, the young Xinming hurriedly told the pavilion master of the Yuan Pavilion about this matter. The pavilion master's eyes flickered. He had seen the Song of Death once before. However, at that time, the Song of Death had not been activated. It did not have such dense evil chi. In the few years that he had been away, something had happened that made the Song of Death go out of control. However, now was not the time to think about this. He shook his head fiercely and snorted coldly. All the power in his body surged into the great array of Yuan City. The experts of the Yuan Pavilion behind him saw this and also transmitted all their energy into the great array. The monstrous energy shattered the surrounding space. Pieces of space fragments fell from the sky. The empty space suddenly occupied the entire sky. As soon as this energy was poured into the great array, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth became abnormally chaotic. It was all uncontrollably absorbed by the great array. The majestic power of stars also broke through the distance of space, turning into huge pillars of light that poured into the great array of Yuan City. After receiving this energy, the great array of Yuan City was activated in an instant. Monstrous killing intent poured out. Countless runes gathered in the void. The energy lines that covered the sky were like fluttering strands of hair as they intertwined with the great array of death. An energy that could shake heaven and earth was slowly born. Jinwang and the others could not help but tremble. Yuan City collapse! As soon as this energy was born, the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion changed his hand seal. Instantly, the entire formation began to tremble violently. Along with it, the main body of the formation, Serene Flame City, also began to tremble. The entire Serene Flame City continued to tremble for a minute. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge Serene Flame City was completely shattered. Those blood-colored threads had already completely integrated into the formation. A destructive energy uncontrollably condensed in the center of the formation. A bean-sized purplish-gold light spot also quietly appeared the moment the speck of light appeared. All the energy of the great array of death was instantly absorbed. Even the energy of heaven and earth within hundreds of thousands of miles had dried up. The entire world trembled violently, shattering large patches of space. As for the great array of death, it was also filled with cracks. It was as if it could no longer withstand the energy that was derived from it. Changing his hand seal, the pavilion master of the Yuan Pavilion raised the great array of death above his head. With a sinister laugh, he slapped his palms together. The pea-sized speck of light instantly turned into a golden ring that spread out, covering the entire great array of death. Then it faced the manor below. Terrifying ripples spread out, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Even an emperor god would not feel good if he was hit by this energy. Blood sacrifices song of death. You can't even unleash 1% of its power. In the sky, when the purple-clothed girl saw the situation, she shook her head indifferently. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the sea of death immediately rolled violently. An energy that caused everyone's heart to palpitate slowly brewed within it. When the pavilion master of the Yuan pavilion saw this, he sneered coldly. His palm grabbed at the sea of death below, the boundless great array of death. 2 colors of gold and red immediately began to revolve rapidly. Every inch that it revolved would cause a ripple in space. A strange ripple slowly spread out from within. With the appearance of the ripple, the sea of death below also seemed to be affected. There was actually a huge flame that soared into the sky and surged towards the golden-red great array of death. The change in the sea of death caused Purple Night Flame's expression to change. She suddenly turned her gaze and saw that the great array of death had already absorbed a huge amount of energy from the sea of death. The vast and majestic energy caused her heart to palpitate. Only she knew how powerful her energy was. However, at this moment, it was being used against her. Swoosh! Receiving the support of such a vast amount of energy, the pale-faced pavilion master of the Yuan pavilion hurriedly changed his hand seals. The boundless great array trembled, and a blood-red light pillar that was covered with mysterious symbols suddenly shot out from the center of the great array. Finally, it blasted towards the Purple Night Flame below with lightning speed. Song of Death, deprive. In the sky, a fanatical expression surfaced on the face of the pavilion master of the Yuan pavilion. His eyes greedily looked at the Purple Night Flame below that had been struck. Those who were struck by the Song of Death would have their 5 senses sealed and gradually lose their consciousness. Using it to deprive, it could even deprive the soul of those who were struck. Swoosh! A huge scarlet light pillar shot down from the center of the great array. The speed of the light pillar was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced through the heavens and earth. Even the sea of death below was forcefully torn apart, creating a huge hole that was tens of thousands of feet wide. The light in the hole was so strong that it made people unable to open their eyes. Purple Night Flame's body was enveloped by the golden-red light. Immediately, she felt a disintegrating energy that was mixed with destructive power erupting from the light pillar. Under such power, her gem-like eyes rapidly dimmed and a pained expression surfaced on her pretty face. However, a thin layer of black light offset the destructive, disintegrating power and did not allow the Song of Death to completely deprive her of her strength. In the face of the strange power in the golden-red light pillar, even with the black light layer blocking it, Purple Night Flame felt that her body was slowly losing its senses. Immediately, a roar that was mixed with extreme anger rang out in the heavens and earth. Under that scream, the golden-red light pillar began to tremble. Half of the heavens and earth below began to boil violently. Pillars of fire that were tens of thousands of feet tall continued to erupt. The rumbling sound was as if the end of the world had arrived. Rumble. The space suddenly shook. At this moment, all the gods could feel that the elements in the surrounding space seemed to be frightened and hurriedly rushed toward the sea of death below. Even the curtain of fire that sealed everyone in the heavens and earth was shattered. The fragments turned into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. Huge fireballs fell like rain, and the space that they passed through turned into nothingness. It was as if darkness had enveloped this place. Seeing this scene, the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion's expression suddenly changed, and he roared, "Everyone, lend me your power and pour it into the formation. Otherwise, if it breaks free from the seal, The entire Taiyuan territory will be destroyed. As soon as the roar sounded, the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion changed his hand seal. The vast divine origin within his body, along with a monstrous pressure, madly surged into the formation. Seeing him like this, those who had hesitated to join forces after seeing the Song of Death hesitated for a moment. Then they gritted their teeth and hurriedly poured all their energy into the formation. After receiving such a vast amount of energy, the Song of Death's formation immediately expanded. The golden red light pillar also became purer, and the energy it contained became more terrifying. I have the protection of the divine spark. Don't even think about sealing me. Feeling the increasingly terrifying power around him, his vision became increasingly dark. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out from the huge light pillar. In the distance, the black fire lotus suddenly trembled and exploded without warning. It drilled into the golden red light pillar. Waves of destructive energy violently collided with the light wall of the golden red light pillar. Puff! The frenzied counterattack of the purple night dark flame caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted from their mouths, and they looked a little dispirited at this moment. The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion and Guiju almost lost control of the great array. The battle between them and the purple night dark flame was too intense. Even though they were underworld emperors, they could not last for long. Purple night domain, destroy! In the golden red light pillar, the purple night dark flame's body was covered by a layer of black flames. The energy of the Song of Death was repelled by the black flames and could not get close. She glared angrily at the pavilion master and the others in the distance, who were desperately trying to hold on. A crazed look appeared on her pretty face, and a black flame surged in her clear eyes. Following her thoughts, the entire sea of fire region began to churn violently. Pillars of fire soared into the sky, and those who were touched by the flames did not even leave behind ashes. Song of Death! Seeing the frenzied state of the purple night dark flame, the expression of the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion changed slightly. A ferocious look surged on his calm face. He bit the tip of his tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood spurted out, shooting directly into the light pillar. Puff! As the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion sacrificed his own essence blood, Guiju and the others behind him also gritted their teeth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood that contained boundless energy, shooting into the light pillar. As everyone began to fight with all their might, the light pillar suddenly became brighter. Immediately, everyone saw that the golden red light pillar was actually showing signs of turning black. The terrifying power caused the sea of fire below to lose its color, and it actually calmed down a little. Spirit fall. When the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion saw this scene, the ferocious look on his face became even more intense. His hand seals rapidly changed, and in the end, a loud roar resounded throughout the world. As the roar sounded, a pure black fire pillar that covered the entire sealed fire region also soared into the sky. The golden red light pillar quickly shrank, and in a short moment it turned into a light pillar that was only 1,000 feet in size. An extremely condensed energy roared downwards. They are playing with their lives. Withdraw quickly. Seeing the two energies that were able to tear apart the void gushing out at the same time, the Gold God King was so frightened that he spat out his tongue. The instant the Thunder God King reacted, he hurriedly grabbed Xian and the others. Lightning flickered and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying out of the shattered sealed space. The others also saw this apocalyptic scene. All of them did not care about their lives as they rushed out of the sealed space. Immediately, everyone in this space scattered like birds and beasts as they fled. The two energies that could destroy the world also collided with each other in front of everyone's senses, just like comets colliding against the land. Chapter 178. As the colors clashed violently, everyone felt as if there was a sun behind them. The entire sky turned grayish-white, and even the gorgeous purple sea of fire turned into dead ash. There was no deafening explosion, but even so, the speed of everyone's escape increased by several times. It was as if they were escaping from a black hole. At the point of contact between the terrifying energies, only two kinds of energies were madly devouring each other. The surrounding space quietly collapsed, and even the pitch-black void showed cracks. A dark yellow light emitted from the cracks, and a strange energy leaked out. It was as if the space had solidified, but the collision of the two energies would break through the solidified space. Kacha! In the void, a large piece of black debris suddenly fell. The dark yellow light added a touch of color to this dead world, and everyone who was escaping could not help but look over. They saw that in the void there was a small hole that was emitting a mesmerizing color. In the small hole, there was a dark yellow that seemed to be flowing. The ripples and the changing shades were like the waves of the sea. The dark yellow that appeared after the void shattered. Is that a time barrier? Looking at the flowing dark yellow, Jin Jinwang's pupils shrank slightly, and he could not help but murmur, "Time barrier?" Yu Xian also turned her head with great difficulty. She opened her evil spirit eye and looked at the dark yellow spot that had attracted the attention of the entire world. However, just as she was about to look at it, a destructive corrosive power came from the side and directly blasted into her line of sight, causing her to groan and quickly close her evil spirit eye. Yishi nodded and said, "Yes, it is recorded in the ancient books that only a power that exceeds the peak of the Emperor God level can shatter the void and reveal the time barrier hidden in the void, or rather, the Sea of Time. It is a world formed by the pure power of time. The flow of time there is very chaotic. It is sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Those who are not gods cannot enter it." Does that mean that if one enters the Sea of Time, they can reverse time and go back to the past? Yu Xian suddenly asked. In theory, yes. However, when you enter the time barrier, you can only go with the flow. You can't change the flow of time inside. When you come out, where you go, which time, which place are all uncontrollable. Maybe in the blink of an eye, you have drifted 1,000,000 years in the future, or 10,000,000 years in the past. You might not even have moved at all, Jin Jinwang said. The power of time. Hearing that, Yu Xian was slightly startled. She suddenly remembered that Linghong's sword was also called the sword that can split time and space. The time here should be referring to time. It can even split time. Such a powerful divine weapon. I really don't know who forged it. Yu Xian smiled bitterly. She could not help but touch the pattern on her arm. At this moment, Linghong's sword was severely damaged, but it could still release a power that could split time and space. She did not know if it would be able to split time and space with one sword if it was restored to its peak state. I say, you guys! At this moment, Thunder God King suddenly laughed bitterly. Everyone turned to look at him. Seeing that his face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then they heard him continue. Didn't you guys notice that the speed has slowed down? I caught so many people by myself. Even if the speed of the lightning element can barely catch the tip of the light element's foot, this is not the way to play. If you guys don't help me, we will be pulled back. Yu Xian hurriedly turned her head around when she heard this. She saw that the place where the two energies had clashed had already shattered into many deep yellow potholes. An unusually majestic energy storm was quietly being born. At the spot where the two energies had clashed, a black spot the size of a soybean was erupting with a frightening suction force. Under the influence of that suction force, everyone's speed had slowed down. The sudden miserable cry caused everyone to be startled. They inadvertently turned their heads around, only to see that the frightening suction force caused some of the slower experts to be forcefully pulled into the two wild and violent energies. They disappeared until not even dregs remained. Sharp, miserable cries sounded one after another in this gray-colored sky. Many human figures wildly struggled in the midair. However, they were unable to resist the suction force. Finally, they were sucked into the destructive area of the two energies and were annihilated. Uxan's group felt their heads turn icy cold when they heard the miserable cries that repeatedly sounded. They were completely unable to guess what kind of unusual change had occurred at the spot where the two unusually large energies collided. The only thing they knew was that they would be sucked into it if they did not flee. Buzz, Thunder God King, who was pulling everyone, suddenly paused. His face suddenly turned red. The suction force behind him was becoming increasingly strong and frightening. It was already sufficient to interfere with his speed. "I will do it." Uxian clenched her teeth and let out a low cry. The light element surged out without any reservation at this moment. Bright golden particles lingered around her body. There were miserable screams and roars of human figures in front of them as they flew backwards uncontrollably. That final miserable roar caused one's heart to be filled with a chill. This time around, it seemed that it was the black color that dominated the world. That soybean-sized black spot was just like the sickle of a life reaper as it swiftly spread out from the middle of the energy storm. The entire sea of fire was pulled into the air by the frightening suction force before it surged into it and disappeared. "The light element has been absorbed." Uxian was startled when she sensed the indistinct disappearance of the light element that had gathered. She turned her head and glanced at the black spot. Suddenly, she clenched her teeth and spots of dark green life force surged out. They were swiftly turned into light elements. Her long ink-black hair also swiftly turned white. Majestic light particles wrapped around them. With a mere tremble, everyone's bodies were pulled into a thin ray of light that violently shot out. Everyone also went all out when Uxian began to go all out. They unleashed their various abilities and raised their speed to the limit. Finally, they charged out of the area affected by the energy storm at the last moment and paused miserably in the sky. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly resounded across the horizon. The instant everyone escaped from the energy storm, two enormous energy torrents spanning over 100,000 miles shot out from the two ends of the black spot at the center of the huge energy storm, splitting the sea of fire below and the space in the sky into two. The overflowing destructive energy caused the space that was on the verge of shattering to completely collapse at this moment. The pitch-black nothingness eroded and enveloped the world, spreading out in strips like the sunset glow on the horizon. With the final shock wave, no matter how hard everyone tried to escape, they were still unable to escape from this shock wave that surpassed the speed of light. The entire sea of flames exploded, and instantly a series of muffled explosive sounds rang out in the sky. Patches of blood mist condensed into a huge blood cloud that was as thick as a sea of blood. It was unknown how many people had lost their lives in this instant. Buzz. Even with Uxian's extreme use of the light element, she was still unable to escape from the shock wave. Just as the destructive energy surged into her body, a layer of silver-blue light appeared on her body. In her heart, the tiny ice-blue person hugging the whirlpool, Zither, finally felt the threat from the destructive energy and shot out from her chest. Ding-ling! The 7 strings moved at the same time, and musical notes rapidly spread out like water ripples. The 7 musical notes overlapped and resonated together like wind chimes and chimes. The 7 notes combined into one, and the whirlpool zither vibrated at a high speed. The notes seemed to materialize and jump out from the zither. A silver-blue barrier was formed in an instant, and the shock wave quickly swept past it, causing ripples to spread out. In that instant, the silver-blue barrier shattered as the shock wave retreated, and the whirlpool zither instantly retreated into Uxian's heart. It was a long story, but the shock wave came very quickly, and the whirlpool zither's defense was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the defense and shock wave had disappeared at this moment. Uxian and the others were floating in the sky at the edge of the sea of fire. perhaps because of the fierce battle just now, or perhaps because of the evolution of the star. The sea of fire that was tens of millions of miles wide had shrunk countless times. At the edge of the sea of fire, there were many people with majestic auras floating in the sky. They were completely different from the people who had rushed out and had weak auras. Chi. At the edge of the sea of fire, everyone who had rushed out was still in shock as they looked at the space behind them that was gradually closing up. After reaching the edge of the sea of fire, the shock wave had finally reached its limit and gradually weakened. However, the terrifying aura that rushed towards them still caused the expressions of everyone present to change slightly. Following the disappearance of the shock wave, the energy storm that was like a black hole that swallowed the heavens and swallowed the earth also disappeared. Only a huge hole was left in the sea of fire that was continuously being filled by flames. Wild winds whistled. Within the sea of fire, who knew how many lives had been reaped, Yuexan swallowed her saliva and wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. Earlier, she had truly felt death. Whether it was the energy storm or the shock wave, even the pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion and the others would have died without a doubt if they had been hit. Yuexan took a few deep breaths and suppressed the turbulent waves in her heart. Her gaze stopped at the sea of fire. Now, the sea of fire had shrunk to the size of 100,000 miles. In the depths of the sea of fire, there was an unusually dazzling bright light. Looking at its size, it had already begun to take shape. If the pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion and the others had not risked their lives, perhaps this purple star would have already taken shape. Life is so fragile and worthless, seeing that the number of people who had come out was less than 1/10,000th of the number who had just entered. Jin Jinwang and the others could not help but sigh. Even though they had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they still could not help but lament when they saw such a scene in person. There are so many gods. Among these people who have rushed over, the weakest ones are divine realm gods. The strongest ones. She held Yuexan's shoulder and murmured softly in her ear. Her gaze swept across the sea of people in the sky, and her pupils could not help but shrink slightly. The strongest ones were the Emperor of the Underworld experts again, and there were 7 of them. Where is Purple Night Flame? Looking at the innermost part of the Sea of Fire, only Purple Night Flame, the people of the Hidden Flame Pavilion, and the Soul Lotus sect had not come out. Everyone's gaze swept across and finally fixed on an area. Yin pointed with her jade-like finger and said in surprise, "There, they are actually not dead!" Hearing the scream, everyone turned their gaze and saw a huge lotus in the Sea of Fire. Every petal hugged and seemed to be protecting something in the middle. When Yuexan and the others noticed the lotus, the others also noticed it. Their gazes turned and flickered. This was the defensive divine artifact of the Soul Lotus sect. They had all seen it before. It was said to be able to withstand the full blow of an Emperor God expert. They did not expect that even this would be taken out. PFFF. When everyone's gaze was focused on the lotus, a soft sound came from the lotus. Soon after, under everyone's nervous gaze, the lotus slowly opened, revealing a group of people inside. As expected, the group of people who had appeared was the group from the Serene Flame Pavilion and the Soul Lotus sect. However, at this moment, all of them had frightening burn wounds on their bodies. Ugly burn marks covered half of their bodies, and purple flames danced on their wounds. Even the auras of the pavilion chief of the Serene Flame Pavilion and Guiju were dispirited. It seemed that even though they had survived the energy storm, they had paid a terrible price. Cough! The pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion sat on the ground, panting heavily. His robe was torn, and he was no longer as calm as he was when they first met. There was only a ferocious look on his face, and the flames in his eyes were dim. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and fixed it on the few people who were dressed in black and had a hood. His eyes were filled with flames, and he seemed to be extremely furious. He roared, "Qi Tianxing, you bastard! My Hidden Flame Pavilion will not let you off!" The roar spread out in a mighty manner, causing everyone who heard it to tremble. Those who were lucky enough to survive frowned. Qi Tiansheng? Qi family? Could it be that today's matter was related to the Qi family? Chapter 179. Jin Jinwang's expression also changed slightly. He cursed in his heart. As expected, the Qi family had already come to Yuyan City. How could they not participate in this earth-shattering event? The Qi family's attention to the purple night dark flame was no less than that of the Yuyan pavilion. The Qi family! Yu Xian raised her gaze and looked at the three men in gray robes. She recalled that she had seen them from the corner of her eyes a few times, but they had not made a move. They had only watched from afar. Could it be that they had just attacked the pavilion master, and the others? The Qi family, one of the 8 ancient families. They're here too? Then they should have directly used a large number of troops to attack the purple night dark flame. From the words of the pavilion master, it seems that the Qi family has secretly attacked the Yuyan pavilion. TSK, they're really not forgetting their profession. When the surrounding experts heard the pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion's roar, they could not help but burst into discussions. The members of the 8 ancient families rarely showed any signs of large-scale activities outside. Even if they did, they would only be in small groups. However, among the 8 ancient families, the Qi family was the one that was most active and did not seem like a hidden family clan. Their traces had never been broken, unlike the other families who would disappear for thousands of years from time to time, making people wonder if they had already gone extinct. The pavilion master of the Serene Flame Pavilion stared coldly at the 3 men in gray robes. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "When did you do something to the Song of Death?" "What? They did it?" Hearing this, the one who had the biggest reaction was not Jin Jinwang and the others, but Guoju, who was beside him. He was so shocked that he jumped up and gasped when he touched his wound. However, at this moment, he could not care less about his wound. He and the pavilion master had prepared for such a long time for this day. It could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. However, in the end, their trump card, the Song of Death, had been destroyed. When he saw the Song of Death as a blood sacrifice, he almost collapsed. However, he was still an underworld emperor expert and did not despair. He quickly calmed down. Now that he heard that the Song of Death had been tampered with by the Qi family, his suppressed doubts and confusion turned into anger in an instant. The Qi clan is very good at playing dirty. Moreover, if I were to write a blacklist, the first place would be either the Qi clan or the sacred Weapon Divine Palace. Moreover, there would be no second place. Thunder, God King, frowned his silver eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "The Song of Death is a very powerful sacred spell array. In terms of slyness and offense, it is one of the best. There was once a peak emperor god expert who used the Song of Death to kill a divine spirit expert who had been famous for a long time. That was also the battle that made the Song of Death famous. The Water God King's voice was also deep. For someone like him who had studied spell arrays for half his life, seeing such a sacred spell array being tainted made him angry. The power of the Song of Death relies on the conversion of its sacred power and evil. Now that its sacred power has been tainted by the blood sacrifice, it has been weakened by a lot. Even the structure has changed because of it." How disgusting! The gray-robed person slowly lifted his head when he heard the discussions that sounded around him. He revealed an extremely young face. However, it was this face that caused everyone's expressions to become dull. It really is the Qi family. Qi Tiansheng. Today's complicated matter seems to be more troublesome. Jin Jinwang frowned when he saw that face. If the Qi family also wanted to interfere in today's matter, then it would not just be a problem of a netherworld king expert. The gray-robed man called Qi Tiansheng slowly took off his hood. He looked around indifferently and finally fixed his gaze on the pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion. He suddenly laughed coldly, causing everyone to be stunned. Then he said, You are not the only one who wants the purple night dark flame, distorting the structure of the Song of Death and making it operate on its own after a period of time to absorb the life of this city. That is an extremely difficult task. One of the Qi family's spell array masters almost died. Qi Tiansheng laughed coldly. Hearing this, the pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion's face turned completely gloomy. It seems that the Qi family is also very generous. In terms of the quality of the Song of Death alone, it was not lower than the 8th grade of the divine grade. Furthermore, it was a saint spell array. The complex structure made even the pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion feel a headache when he saw it. In order to distort the Song of Death, the Qi family had probably lost an array master. Moreover, they had used the Hidden Flame City as a greenhouse, using the experts as nutrients to feed the mutated Song of Death. Nearly 1 million lives were lost. Such a vicious method shocked even the pavilion master. Ha! Qi Tiansheng laughed sinisterly as a strange look flashed across his eyes. His lowered hands trembled slightly, and the two people behind him seemed to understand something. They looked at each other and roared in unison. They smashed their fists together, and a majestic aura burst out from their bodies. Then it gushed out from their hands. The two auras intertwined, and a strange energy was born. Feeling this energy, Yu Exan suddenly raised her head, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes. Where had she felt this aura before? It seemed to be on the night of her disappearance, when she felt this suffocating energy in the Song of Death. Just as this energy was born, the experts who were close to it even felt their senses gradually being sealed off. They were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. Their auras surged, suppressing this feeling. The pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion was also shocked. He, who had been in contact with the Song of Death for many years, could naturally recognize what kind of energy this was. Only the unique means of the Hidden Flame Pavilion could control it, but now it was being used by the Qi family. Buzz! Just as everyone was shocked, the calm sea of fire in the distance suddenly surged again. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes and heard a soft, buzzing sound. Then they saw a bump suddenly protruding from the sea of fire. It looked very small from afar, but that bump was tens of thousands of feet tall. Then the sea of fire suddenly collapsed, and the bump also burst open. A ray of golden light, like the light that pierced through the clouds, bloomed and caused everyone to squint their eyes. The golden light slowly faded, and what appeared on the sea of fire was a huge array that covered tens of thousands of miles. On the mysterious and brilliant golden lines, there were spots of golden light flowing. The bright golden light shone on the face of the pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion, making him look even more gloomy. Song of Death! The blood sacrifice has been cleansed in the sea of fire. Only now can the Song of Death unleash its full power. But the Water God King was shocked. She glanced at Qi Tiansheng and the others and said in a deep voice, "Now the Qi family is controlling this array. With Qi Tiansheng's strength as a beginner Nether King, if there is no Emperor God expert, I'm afraid no one can stop them. Moreover, the 9 Divine Palace and the Qi family are not very peaceful. It seems that things are not good now." The beautiful woman also said in a deep voice, "Are we going to leave just like that?" Thunder God King frowned. They had already passed half of the tribulation. If they retreated now, they would be somewhat unwilling. Could it be that they were going to watch the Qi family obtain the Purple Night Dark Flame? With the Qi family's character, the result of taking the divine flame would not be any better than giving it to the sacred tool, Divine Palace. Hearing this, Yu Exan shook her head and said fiercely, "The Qi family has the Song of Death. Their main focus will be on dealing with the Purple Night Dark Flame. Before that, they will not have any extra thoughts." "That's right. Since we are already here, it won't be fun if we don't do something." Jinwang also nodded heavily. His eagerness to fight made the others roll their eyes. Compared to the situation on the 9 Divine Palaces side, the Hidden Flame Pavilion, and the Soul Lotus sect side were still in a gloomy atmosphere. The gloomy atmosphere caused the people nearby to quickly retreat. They were afraid that the two underworld emperors, who had suffered a double loss, would wash the place with blood. If that happened, they would be in trouble. The Song of Death, the connection has been cut off. It is no longer under our control now. After carefully sensing it, Guiju's heart sank. He looked at the pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion and said in a low voice, "What should we do? What should we do?" The latter also turned his head and rolled his eyes. He sighed fiercely. In his eyes, there was some tiredness and unwillingness. There was also a hint of ferocity. "What can we do? The Song of Death has been forcefully taken away by the Qi family. What else can we do? Among the things left behind by the ancestor, only the Song of Death has remained. The rest have disappeared in history." After saying that, he sighed again. He stared fiercely at Qi Tiansheng. His fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white. The Purple Night Dark Flame had already exceeded their expectations. Firstly, the Purple Night Dark Flame was a peak Emperor God expert. This was a huge mistake that they did not expect. Secondly, the Song of Death had been secretly destroyed by the Qi family. Now that the Song of Death had been taken away, the two underworld emperors were also injured and their vitality was greatly damaged. At this point, it was time for them to leave as losers. How many soul lotuses are left? The pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion turned his head and looked directly at Guiju. Hearing this, Guiju was stunned. He silently counted for a while and said, "There are 5 more. 2 low-level ones, 2 middle-level ones, and 1 high-level one. This is all I have." Guiju sighed. The soul lotuses produced by the Soul Lotus sect were all at the level of divine weapons. The low-level ones could not be preserved for long. Only the divine weapons could be preserved for a long time. Their most brilliant moment was the moment when the lotus bloomed. At that moment, even a high-level god would have to retreat. However, it was very difficult to make them. Even if he was an underworld emperor expert, he only had a 30% success rate. If he could obtain a type of divine flame, the success rate would be much higher. The pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion nodded and did not say anything. With a wave of his hand, he let the floating platform leave the sky and retreated far away. He looked at Qi Tianqing and the others and sneered in a low voice. The Purple Night Dark Flame of the Emperor God level and the protection of the Divine Personality are not to be trifled with. I would like to see how long these clowns can dance. Seeing that the pavilion master of the Hidden Flame Pavilion and the others had retreated, Qi Tianqing also laughed loudly. He stared at the sea of fire with fanatical eyes. As for the underworld emperor experts and the people of the 9 divine halls behind him, he did not even look at them. Just as Yu Exan said, the most important thing now was the Purple Night Dark Flame. The others could be dealt with at another time. With a wave of his sleeve, the 2 people behind him also understood. Their hands moved quickly, and the floating Song of Death also rotated gently, moving slowly into the sea of fire. Qi Tianqing also grabbed the 2 people and flew into the sea of fire. Phew! Seeing that he had rushed into the sea of fire, everyone also let out a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Qi Tianqing wanted to get rid of them first. All right. The second group of death squads is on their way again. They are carrying the divine level saint art array, the famous Song of Death. What kind of destructive sparks will they create from the friction with the Purple Night Dark Flame that has the divine personality? Will the people of the Hidden Flame Pavilion be willing to give away the divine flame that they have guarded for 60 eras? If you want to know what will happen next, let's go too. The Jin Xinhuang clapped his hands as he spoke. His excited manner caused the Thunder Xinhuang and the rest to involuntarily raise their middle fingers. Well, let's go too. Although the Purple Night Dark Flame has consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now, it should have recovered by now. What I am more worried about is that the evolution of this star is getting faster and faster. Fire God King nodded. Uxian took a deep breath and looked into the sea of fire. She seemed to be looking at the dormant, purple night, dark flame. Her eyes were also burning with passion. This time it was time for this matter to end. Chapter 180. Inside the roaring sea of flames, Purple Night Dark Flame was sitting on the edge of the giant lotus throne. Her eyes were filled with anger, as if there were purple flames burning within them. She stared at the empty sky in the distance and couldn't help but frown. "You want to come again? What a reckless fellow!" After a while, her brows relaxed and a hint of gentleness appeared on her cold face. Indifference and gentleness intertwined, making her look a bit strange. No one knew what she was thinking. "Air, where are you now? Are you still alive? That year, you sealed me, and you faced your own fate alone. Did you have a good ending? You said you would leave me to the next person you decided on. Who is it? Where is it now?" Her red lips slightly moved as she complained. Her eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, as if she could see through time and space and see the past. "Sigh." After a long time, Ziyu Yen let out a sigh. Her cold hand gently touched her face as a drop of crystal tear silently fell down. She took out a jug of wine from somewhere, opened the lid, and took a sip. Then she poured the wine into the sea of flames. Her voice reverberated in this space. Now, she still had a little time to reminisce about the past. After a while, she would have to continue fulfilling her mission and face the thousands of troops that coveted her. She muttered intermittently. The expression on her face was sometimes sad and sometimes happy. She looked a bit crazy. Chee! The sound of wind breaking came from the horizon, causing the smile on Purple Night Dark Flame's face to disappear. His expression became calm again, but this time it was a bit different. A faint, baleful aura lingered between his eyebrows, and a terrifying black flame came out from his body. His eyes were burning, as if he was a god of fire descending from the heavens. Her gaze suddenly turned to the direction of the sound of wind breaking, and Purple Night Dark Flame took a deep breath. The purple star is in the sky. The destined person is about to appear. The evolution of the star still needs some time. Tilting his head slightly, the Purple Night Dark Flame looked coldly at the limits of his vision. A group of tiny black dots and a huge golden formation were rapidly flying over. A bunch of annoying fellows. Do they really think I won't kill them? With a wave of her jade-like hand, the sea of flames surged and instantly condensed into a giant axe. She grabbed the giant axe and pointed it diagonally at the sea of flames. Sharp energy condensed at the tip of the axe as she slowly raised it above her head. She indifferently stared at the golden array that was getting closer and closer. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted into a cold arc. Then, the giant axe fiercely chopped down like a crescent moon. Serene flames see devour. An endless sea of fire gushed out from the void, turning into a huge crescent that was 1,000,000 feet long. However, it was also an endless wave of fire. It was so high that it seemed like it was going to devour the sky. The huge wave that was mixed with the power of destruction swept rapidly towards the golden array in the distance. When the wave appeared, those who had rushed in after the song of death immediately sensed it. They couldn't help but gasp and hurriedly stopped. Beams of energy shot up into the sky, forming layers of energy barriers. Those experts who had already entered once rushed towards the sky. Originally, they were at a much higher position than the others. Having seen the might of the Purple Night Dark Flame, they didn't even have the thought of facing it head-on. That thing was almost certain to die if it touched it. Even Qi Tiansheng, who was holding the Song of Death at the front, frowned slightly. He put away the Song of Death and rolled up his sleeves. He brought the two of them and rushed into the sky. They didn't choose to resist. Many people saw the crowd's choice and rushed into the sky as well. Among them were the few Emperor of the Underworld experts. They could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the flames. The waves surged and descended from the sky with a power that could destroy the world. Only when the sea of fire was close to them did the experts who stood in their original spots truly feel the terror of the flames. Immediately, all of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their bodies hurriedly retreated. However, just as they were about to retreat, the sea of fire surged over with a terrifying strength chi. A huge force slammed into the sea of fire below, creating a huge hole. Dazzling light. Every time it surged, the temperature of the space would rise abruptly. You've come to disturb me time and time again. Now that you're here, don't leave. The huge long axe slammed into the sea of fire. The purple night dark flame roared and rushed towards the survivors in the sky with the huge axe. That violent aura caused everyone's face to change slightly. This time, the purple night dark flame was truly violent, looking around nervously. Yuexan clenched her fists. There was a powerful energy barrier around her that made it difficult for the viscous, purple magma to get close to them. They were actually moving towards the bottom of the sea of fire. Jin Jinwang and the others also looked serious. The energy barrier that they had built together actually blocked the extremely terrifying magma. Just in case, Yu Yin was also kept in Yi, she's derived world. Is it really okay for us to go down like this? Even with the barrier and the protection of the high-grade elixir, Yuexan could still feel traces of heat on her body. She couldn't help but softly ask, gently rubbing her forehead with her hand. She thought about how she had promised Jin Jinwang without hesitation to help them destroy the star core. She felt that she had gone crazy. Although it was troublesome, she had already agreed. Moreover, if she just left it like this, it would be a disaster for the God Realm. Although she didn't have any real experience of this matter, she didn't want to care too much about it. It was purely because she had agreed on impulse that she jumped into the sea. The cold air on her body became denser and denser. She could see the little person sitting cross-legged in her heart with a nervous expression. Yuexan tilted her head and looked at the endless magma. She muttered with some hesitation that, although I agreed on impulse, I don't know what the star core looks like or what it is. If you want me to destroy something else, it's fine. Hearing this, Jin Jinwang shook his head and said without turning his head, it's fine. If it still doesn't work in the end, I'll let you destroy it violently. Yuexan was stunned. At this moment, just as everyone was about to speed up, the energy in the distant horizon suddenly became berserk. Hundreds of incomparably ferocious auras suddenly shot into the sky. Among these mixed energies, there were two types of energies that were the most clear and vast. Those tyrannical energies seemed to want to tear the sky apart. They've started fighting. The purple night flame has gone berserk. The aura is even stronger than before. Moreover, there are more than 10 Netherworld Emperors. Jin Jinwang's slightly shocked voice rang in Yuexan's ears. It seems that many old monsters have come. There's also the Qi family with the Song of Death. This time, the purple night flame seems to be in trouble. More than 10 Netherworld Emperors? Hearing this, Yuexan's heart skipped a beat. Her expression changed slightly. She frowned and muttered, "These guys have been hiding in the dark." However, with the purple night flame's strength and the protection of the godhead, she should be fine. She's an emperor god after all. It's hard to say. She has both the right time and the right place. However, she has the Netherworld Emperors and the Song of Death. More than 10 Netherworld Emperors are not bad. Moreover, Jin Jinwang pondered for a while. He raised his head and looked to the west, saying, "The sky is about to brighten. The purple night flame will disappear. Her energy will no longer be limitless. That will be the best time." Yuexan's frown deepened. After a while, she pursed her lips tightly and stared at the place where the energy was surging wildly in the sky. In the end, she only sighed tiredly. She wanted to subdue the purple night flame, but she did not want her to fall into the hands of others. This request seemed to be too difficult. Don't think about that for now. Let's solve the big problem below first, then think about other things. Seeing the flickering expression on her face, Jin Jinwang knew what she was thinking and hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yu Xian nodded. She looked at the dazzling light in front of her and became determined again. They would do their own thing. The others would fight with others. Destroying this half-formed star was what they had to do now. We're almost at the core of the star. Be careful. If it were anyone else here, they would either be burned to death or crushed to death. The gravity here is tens of thousands of times higher than outside. Looking at the slightly distorted space, Yi Shi also said in a low voice, "Oh, above the sea of fire, hundreds of figures floated in the void. Waves of terrifying energy surged violently. The hot wind that blew out caused the space to fluctuate slightly. Surrounded by the crowd, the purple-clothed girl held a giant axe in her hand. Black flames curled around her body. Her long breathing contrasted sharply with the rapid breathing of the people around her. The purple-clothed girl stood indifferently. Her delicate hand swung the giant axe a few times. Mei Mao glanced at the injured people around her and said softly, "Your fearless attacks really surprised me." Cough! Qi Tiancheng, whose face was slightly pale, coughed out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his clothes were tattered and his entire body was covered with charred wounds. The terrifying scars were emitting wisps of heat. Even his blood vessels were charred. There was no blood flowing out. The song of death in front of him was also covered in cracks. Just a moment ago, he and the other experts took the lead to surround the purple night flame. When the song of death started to circulate, they didn't even have time to change their hand seals. The purple-clothed girl suddenly launched a fierce attack on them as if she had gone crazy. Under such circumstances, Qi Tiancheng bore the brunt of the attack. In just a few minutes, Qi Tiancheng was severely injured while controlling the Song of Death. If the Underworld Emperors didn't come out to help in time, he would have died here even with the Song of Death. No matter what, he was only an Underworld King expert. After all, the difference between the Underworld King and the God Emperor was 2 whole realms. Even the Underworld Emperors couldn't do anything to the God Emperor. As an Underworld King, the Song of Death wasn't of much use to him. Moreover, the Purple Night Flame seemed to have taken the wrong medicine this time. It was natural for her to be at a great disadvantage when fighting with the God Emperor expert. The latter had unlimited energy, so her attacks were too vicious. In this world, other than the creator of the Song of Death, no one else can unleash the true power of this formation. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have it? The Purple Night Flame smiled coldly. There will always be people who don't know what's good for them and covet the territory that they can't touch. The ancestor of the Hidden Flame Pavilion couldn't subdue me, so it seems like you can't do much. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The ancestor of the Hidden Flame Pavilion was a godlike expert. He was a peerless expert who had stepped into the god level. If even someone of that level couldn't subdue the Purple Night Flame, then how strong was she? TSK, if you really think that the Song of Death only has this much strength, then I'm afraid you are gravely mistaken. Although this is your home ground, if you drag it out until dawn and the Purple Night Flame disappears, your energy will return to normal. At that time, when you face so many experts, will you still be so calm? Qi Tiancheng smiled sinisterly. At that time, it will be time for you to turn into the origin source flame. You're right. It seems like I have to deal with you directly. Seeing Qi Tiancheng's solemn manner, the purple-clothed girl frowned slightly. She immediately took a deep breath and said indifferently. She slowly raised her jade-like hand, facing the sky. The purple night dark flame gently exhaled, and with a slight clench of her hand, the sea of fire suddenly shook violently. The black flames on her body surged out like a prairie fire, and the temperature of the space suddenly rose by dozens of times. That terrifying temperature made the Underworld Emperor experts sweat profusely, and the divine Underworld experts had to use all their strength to circulate their divine origin to prevent themselves from burning. the huge lotus flower slowly unfolded its petals. A smear of black flowed from the roots into the sea of fire. As soon as it came into contact with the sea of magma below, it suddenly turned pitch black. Even the beautiful light purple hair of the purple night flame became as black as ink. Qi Tianqing's expression became even more solemn as he sensed the increasingly terrifying destructive force. But just as the purple night flame was about to exert her strength, her delicate body trembled. She then strangely lowered her head and shot her gaze into the sea of magma. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Someone had jumped into the sea of fire to destroy the star core? Chapter 181. It's her. Feeling the familiar aura, Purple Night Dark Flame came to a realization. Then he only sneered and shifted his gaze to Qi Tianqing and the others. Half of the star core is formed, and its temperature and pressure are comparable to the center of an ordinary star. The danger there is no less than here. I'm curious to know what you, who also has the protection of a godhead, can do to it. If you can destroy it, The purple-clothed girl inexplicably chuckled in her heart. Then she waved her hand. An entire sea of lava boiled. Boom! Following the muffled explosion, even Yu Exan and the rest, who were diving down, felt the sea of magma suddenly tremble. The surrounding pale purple flames also showed signs of turning black. Hurry up! The star core is becoming more and more unstable. Feeling the slight change in the surrounding aura, Jin Jinwang's expression became more solemn. He waved his sleeve, and the surging metal element rushed out of his body. However, the dazzling area in front of him completely covered his metal element. His eyes could only see a patch of white. Violent energy filled their surroundings. The terrifying gravity squeezed the energy barrier that they were maintaining until it was deformed. They could even hear the sound of wood being pulled. Crunch! Crunch! Hearing the sound of bones being chewed, Yu Exan had goosebumps all over her body. She only felt a chill running through her body. In the bright, white magma area, it was hard to tell where was up and where was down. The pressure from gravity was everywhere, as if it was going to crush them into a pancake. This was the core of this newborn star, and it was unknown how much fire elemental energy was condensed at its core. That kind of terrifying amount was enough to make a deity die from overeating. Yi Shi's expression was solemn as she held the energy decomposition array. Yu Xian's eyes were almost blinded. She could only see the shadows of the former's hands constantly moving. The water god king beside her was also busy doing something unknown. Yu Xian's body was surrounded by divine artifacts that had been hidden by snow. Energy matrices were constantly flying around her. Formations were constantly being formed and then extinguished. She was also holding a few scrolls in her hand. Those were the formations that Yi Shi had painstakingly carved. Now that she might need to forcefully dismantle the core of the planet, she took out these things in advance. This is indeed a place of no life. Only gods can enter. Even if a low-level god came, they would be suffocated to death here. Yu Xian felt the flow of energy around her. Her evil spirit I had already opened. She looked at the sphere that was the size of Yuyan City. It was a sphere with a vague boundary. It looked like liquid, but also like magma. Looking at it carefully, she felt that it was a solid object. It was difficult to distinguish it. She felt that there shouldn't be anything special there. At the core of the star, there is an energy conversion. The weak other elements are all converted into fire element. The powerful gravity binds it, forming a sphere. If I can condense and compress energy to this degree, I'm afraid I can cause considerable damage to people several realms higher than me. The condensation and compression of energy was also very important to one's strength. The increase in strength of each realm, from the mortal realm to the immortal realm to the demonic realm, was based on the condensation of energy. The condensation and compression of basic energy until it changed into immortal chi. Although the volume of energy was smaller, the energy contained was several times more than before. The amount of energy that could be stored in one's body was also increased through compression. For example, the energy in Yu Xian's body was a crystal. The energy it contained was more than 10 times more than a solid. The amount of energy it contained was not something that could be compared to others of the same realm. How do I destroy this star core? Suddenly, Yu Xian felt that she had been tricked. She didn't know what he wanted to do, so she hurriedly asked. The core of the star core is a huge gravitational field. It compresses all the energy into a relatively small space and condenses it into a high-density energy core. What I want to destroy is this high-density energy core. With our brains, we can only think of 2 methods. Jin Wang said softly. The first method is to prevent the energy core from continuing to condense and compress energy. Then we can detonate a reverse energy at the center of the core and release the energy that was compressed due to the huge gravity. The metal God King raised a finger and explained softly. Soon after, he raised a second finger. The expression on his face suddenly became much more serious and dark, to the point that Yu Xian could feel his heart trembling. The second method is to compress the compressed energy to the extreme, to the point where it exceeds the limit of compression. But at that time, an uncontrollable thing will be born. Once that thing comes out, although it can indeed destroy the star core, we won't be able to escape. We will be buried here. Unless a god comes to save us, no one will be able to save us. Thunder God King said in a deep voice, an uncontrollable thing. Yu Xian was stunned. What kind of uncontrollable thing could scare Jin Wang to this extent? Jin Wang turned his head and saw her stupefied look. He bitterly smiled and pointed to the sky. He muttered, in the starry sky, when a large star core dies, it will be born in its center. What do you think that is? Hearing this, Yu Xian's expression changed. This time, she also knew what was being born. In the natural world, it had the most terrifying devouring power. It floated in the starry sky. It seemed to be the end of all things, the end of time and space. It was also known as the graveyard of the starry sky, the universe's black hole. That thing, when I was at my peak, when I was still a King of Hell expert, I saw it once when I was traveling in the starry sky. I could feel the terrifying devouring power even from a few light years away. I'm afraid that even if an Emperor God expert were to be sucked into the center, it would be troublesome. Whether or not they could escape is still a problem. Thunder God King said in a deep voice. He still had lingering fears when he thought about it. The black hole is between the real world and the void space. It could also be said that it coexists in 2 different places. Space and time are completely distorted there. When one falls into it, one doesn't even know how much time has passed. There was once an Emperor God expert who was sucked into the center. When he came out, millions of years had already passed. However, to him, it didn't feel that much time had passed. Jin Wang sighed. Traveling in the starry sky is too dangerous. In the starry sky, there are countless ancient planets with life. The experts who travel between the planets are very afraid of encountering a black hole. It can even affect the path of the transmission channel, pulling it away from its original path. I remember that, hearing that the topic was about to be dragged beyond the 9 heavens, Yu Xian finally couldn't help but shout. Everyone was stunned and looked at her in astonishment. Then she smiled bitterly and said, "We are getting further and further away from the topic. Let's not talk about those grand worlds outside of the God world. Let's talk about this thing in front of us." Hearing that, Jin Wang and the others laughed dryly and quickly nodded. So if Xian, no, Yi Shi and Old Shui can't do anything, we will need your help. Jin Wang shook his head. Looking at Yi Shi and Water God King, who were sweating, he turned to Yu Xian and said, "That golden bow, although I don't know which god's natal divine weapon it is, it can condense energy and compress it to an extreme state." Oh, Yu Xian understood and quickly took out the 8-meter-long golden bow. Just as she was about to throw it to Jin Jinwang, she heard the latter said, "When you condense energy, you need to use a bit of strength. Don't worry about the energy consumption. We will bear it for you." Hearing Jin Jinwang's words, Yu Xian was stunned. She pointed at herself and said in astonishment, "I will do it." "Yes, is there a problem?" Jin Jinwang raised his eyebrows and joked, "Among everyone here, only your energy has been compressed to the level of a crystal. Me, Old Lei, Old Shui, Little Ing, and Little Xian are all in the solid state. What we need now is the ability to compress energy. We can compress energy better than you with our strength. But what we need now is the energy that is compressed by nature and not the energy that is compressed later." Thunder God King said, "Ka." Just as Thunder God King's voice fell, a very small but very clear sound came from the side. Everyone quickly turned their heads and saw Yi Shi and Water God King sighing. How is it? Although they couldn't see clearly, Yu Xian felt that Yi Shi was a bit depressed. She held her and quickly asked. Hearing that, Yi Shi sighed again. Her small hand that was hidden in her wide sleeves waved and sighed. Just relying on the formation to decompose the energy is useless. The speed of decomposing the energy is not as fast as the speed of condensing it. If this continues, the star core will be completely formed. It seems that we have to use other methods. I hope you all are ready. The moment the star core explodes, I will bring you all away. But Purple Night Flame will definitely know about our actions. He will definitely be on guard. So once we leave, we won't be able to come back. There is only one chance. Water God King said with a serious expression. Hearing that, Jin Jinwang and the others also nodded solemnly. They also knew that Purple Night Flame didn't pay attention to them because he felt that they couldn't do anything to the star core. But if this time they really did something to the star core and didn't completely destroy it, Purple Night Flame would definitely be on guard. So this burden is thrown to me again. Yu Xian rolled her eyes. Everyone laughed dryly, letting out a long sigh. Yu Xian didn't say any more nonsense. Time was of the essence. The star core's activity was becoming more and more unstable. She didn't know if the experts above were in position. The hand that was holding the longbow trembled slightly. Yu Xian suddenly opened her eyes and took a deep breath. With a wave of her right hand, fist-sized pieces of 8-colored mysterious crystal emerged from the pendant. The brilliant colors actually made the dazzling white hair fade a lot. Seeing that she had taken action, Jin Jinwang and the others didn't dare to be slow. Their hand seals changed, and the vast and boundless divine origin from their bodies also surged out and rushed into the golden bow like waves. Saint! Receiving this energy, Yu Xian was a little uncertain. She muttered in her heart, and a head-sized piece of scarlet and 8-colored mysterious crystal emerged. When this piece of mysterious crystal appeared, the other 8-colored mysterious crystals suddenly dimmed a little. Soon after, they changed their positions and surrounded the Saint Mysterious Crystal like stars surrounding the moon. Saint Mysterious Crystal. Seeing this head-sized mysterious crystal, even though they were in such a dangerous place, Jin Jinwang and the others couldn't help but split their attention to take a few more glances. Saint Mysterious Crystals rarely appeared in this world. Even they had only seen them a few times, Yu Xian's expression became serious. With a soft cry, she slapped the Saint Mysterious Crystal into the golden bow. Those 8-colored mysterious crystals also scattered and rotated around the golden bow. Wave after wave of enormous energy spread out from them, after which it surged into the golden bow like water. Following this enormous energy that surged into the golden bow, Yu Xian hurriedly focused. 2 of her fingers pinched the bowstring and gently pulled it. Buzz! A blurry, 9-colored long arrow suddenly appeared on the bowstring. The dreamlike color was not the least bit weaker than the dazzling light here. When that frightening energy appeared, the space where the tip of the arrow pointed actually gently split apart. Compress, compress! Yu Xian's hand violently pinched the longbow. The yuan power on her body also surged out unceasingly, although her energy was only an insignificant amount in that enormous torrent. That energy was just like a headless fly as it flowed within the golden bow. The energy that she had compressed into the mysterious crystal played a guiding role. Following the continuous injection of her energy, the energy that flowed within the golden bow also suddenly gathered toward the 9-colored long arrow on the bowstring. It was just like a stormy wave that slammed into the same spot. That enormous energy caused her arm to tremble a little. She had never tried to compress such a large amount of energy in one go. Ding! Following a clear ding sound, everyone saw that the originally extremely blurry 9-colored long arrow had actually become incomparably real at this moment. As the 9-colored light flowed, the surrounding hot energy seemed to have been pulled. It penetrated the energy barrier that everyone had set up and continuously poured into the long arrow. That solid energy caused the magma sea region to churn. When can it be released? The solid feeling that was transmitted from her fingertips allowed Yu Xian to know that the condensing ability of the golden bow and her had reached its limit. She did not know how great the explosive force would be when she borrowed nearly 1,000 kilograms of mysterious crystal and the energy of Jin Jinwang and the rest. The main thing was that she had never experienced such things and did not have a limit in her heart. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly threw another 1,000 kilograms of mysterious crystal into it. The faces of Jin Jinwang and the rest twitched when they saw this girl throwing mysterious crystal as though it was free. They laughed bitterly. The latter's golden eyes stared at the bright 9-colored long arrow. He secretly estimated it in his heart. After which he violently nodded his head and roared towards the water god king, "Open the door!" Seemingly having sensed what was about to happen, the entire magma sea region began to churn intensely. The star core shrank in an uneasy manner. The speed at which it gathered energy was many times faster. That frightening speed of gathering energy formed an enormous vortex in the surroundings, causing the expressions of Jin Jinwang and the rest to change slightly. The water god king hurriedly recovered when he heard the cry. Both of his hands formed a seal with lightning-like speed. A crack line suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, after which the crack line slowly opened like a tightly shut door. Following the appearance of this spatial door, the wild and violent spatial strength caused the surrounding magma sea region to become even more uneasy. A ray of light was released when the spatial door appeared. That rich silver-blue light surged out from within and wrapped around Jin Jinwang and the rest. Jin Jinwang placed a hand on Yu Xian's shoulder, looking at the churning magma sea region and the uneasy star core. Both of his eyes suddenly hardened a moment later. He cried out loudly, "Release the arrow!" Yu Xian, whose hands were already extremely sore, suddenly sighed in relief when she heard this cry. Her eyes focused slightly, and the golden bow was aimed at the brightest area. A crack line actually appeared in the magma sea region that the arrow was pointed at. Seeing this, Yu Xian also let out a low cry from her throat and suddenly released both of her fingers. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound resounded over the entire magma sea region. Following the rapid shooting of the 9-colored long arrow, the magma that the tip of the arrow came into contact with was torn apart by an extremely solid energy. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly charged into the star core and collided with the high density. The fire elemental energy seemed to have plunged head first into a swamp. Its speed was greatly suppressed. If one listened carefully, one would be able to hear waves of poochie sounds. Although the speed of the 9-colored long arrow was much slower, it still swiftly pierced through the viscous magma. At this moment, Jin Jinwang pulled Yu Xian and hurriedly fled into the spatial door. The instant they entered the spatial door, Yu Xian looked at the area that she could no longer see. The seal formed by her hands suddenly changed. Bang! After the cry sounded, The 9-colored long sword that had charged into the star core suddenly exploded in this hot and violent area. At this moment, an earth-shaking thunder like explosion resounded over the entire magma sea region. Chapter 182. Above the raging sea of fire, figures with terrifying energy brushed past each other in the air. The huge golden formation was now covered in cracks, with purple and black flames constantly flickering and jumping on it. It looked like it would shatter if it were to be poked again, but it had managed to withstand the continuous battles. Beautiful lotus flowers bloomed on the sea of fire, and a girl wrapped in black flames stepped lightly on the sea of fire. Every step she took would cause a lotus flower to bloom, and those lotus flowers would emit a strange energy fluctuation, causing the raging sea of fire to become even more violent. Pillars of fire shot up into the sky, and if one wasn't careful, one would be devoured, leaving no corpse behind. Looking up at Qi Tianqing and the other two, who were still holding on with the song of death, a cold glint flashed across the purple-robed girl's eyes. If it weren't for the Saint Technique array, at least half of the people present would have died. But now, nearly 80% of the people present were still alive. Although many of the experts in the sky had withered, they had all retreated to a place where it was difficult to attack in an instant. Given some time, they would definitely recover. It's almost dawn. Looking at the 2 bright moons in the sky, gradually setting in the west, Purple Night Dark Flame let out a long sigh and murmured, "If this continues when the Purple Night domain collapses, it will be my turn to be suppressed. It's time to retreat." Looking at the churning magma sea region, Purple Night Dark Flame's eyelids drooped slightly. The evolution of the stars still required a long period of time. She reckoned that it wouldn't be completed in an hour and a half. At least, it wouldn't be completed before daybreak. And at that time, her limitless energy would disappear. With her strength as a peak god emperor, to deal with so many slippery experts present and to maintain the evolution of the stars, she seemed to be somewhat powerless. Well, the Purple Night Star has probably burned a big hole in this area. Sooner or later, stronger experts will come knocking on my door. It's not good to be entangled with them now. Let's find that destined person first. Sighing in her heart, Purple Night Dark Flame's gaze also wandered around, looking for a place with fewer people. In her opinion, finding a person was the most important. Condensing the Purple Night Star was just to find that person quickly. But in the current situation, if she continued to stay here, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to protect herself. What's wrong? The divine flame that boasted of having unlimited energy is also going to cower? Seeing her twinkling eyes, Qi Tianqing laughed heartily. In the previous battle, almost everyone had used their energy to consume the Purple Night Dark Flame from a distance. Basically, they had all separated upon contact, making the latter unable to hit the ground. Purple Night Dark Flame sneered, "Even if you want to die, you don't have to be in such a hurry." Qi Tianqing sneered. Just as he was about to say something, a terrifying energy rapidly approached from below. A thunderous roar resounded in the distance. Even the sea of lava below shook violently. A dazzling light filled everyone's vision and swallowed everyone's bodies. What's going on? The sudden terrifying energy permeated the surrounding space, immediately causing a big commotion. All the experts hurriedly shifted their gazes. For a moment, chaotic whispers spread out continuously. Everyone's heart was also filled with uneasiness. This terrifying energy that was close to annihilation, the violently churning magma sea, seemed as if it was about to flip over completely. Countless rays of starlight descended from the sky, sprinkling onto the purple sea, reflecting specks of starlight. In the sky, the 2 bright moons also emitted incomparably bright rays of light at this moment, interweaving into a purple curtain of light that covered the sea of flames. 2 terrifying energies intertwined and filled the world, unexpectedly causing the sky to shake once more. The violent energy impact constantly came from below. Purple Night, Dark Flame's heart was startled. Her soul, probing, quickly poured out from between her eyebrows. Just as it poured into the sea of lava below, her heart jumped and slowly sank. A touch of horror appeared on her beautiful face. She couldn't help but murmur from her cherry lips. She really blew up the core of the star. Just as her voice sounded, a loud thunder exploded in the sky. Light finally covered everything in the white line of sight. The outer shell of the purple star suddenly swelled outwards, accompanied by waves of hot shock waves, swallowing everyone in an instant. At this moment, the sky seemed to have been lit up in an instant, as though dawn had arrived. The continuously expanding purple star swelled by dozens of times in the blink of an eye. The hot purple flame turned into a monstrous fire wave, spreading out in a ring shape. At this moment, the sky began to tremble violently. Huge spatial cracks spread out in the direction of the star's expansion. The ground below rapidly melted, just like the scene of the end of the world. The turbulent waves of fire formed an enormous ball shape. The fireball that was invading the ground and the sky slowly rose. Numerous waves of fire shot out and could be clearly seen within a radius of tens of millions of miles. The dazzling light on this side seemed to have suddenly appeared in the sky, tearing apart the silence of the night sky. Countless people lifted their heads. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the enormous fireball that rose in the distant sky. Even from such a great distance, one could still feel that the air seemed to have suddenly become much hotter. At this moment, whether it was the people of Red Star City or Nether Star City, they could clearly feel the terrifying energy here. Even in the two cities far away, the energy and elements of heaven and earth were rapidly being drawn over. The power that seemed to want to devour everything made many people's legs go soft. The purple star was still in the brewing stage, but it was already heading towards destruction. The destructive power of the destruction in Source Peak territory made the gods feel a sense of fear from their bones. In Red Star City, hundreds of millions of miles away from Yen City, the figures of Yen Xan and the others flashed and appeared. Looking at the huge bright star that appeared in the distant sky and feeling the hot wind blowing from afar, they all sighed softly. The star that the purple night dark flame evolved into has failed. It was destroyed by someone. In that destructive power I can feel Nuo Xing's energy. Chuan Yin clenched his fists, and there was a touch of surprise on his face. Although they had told Yin Nuo Xing that this trip would be troublesome, what happened later surprised them. They did not expect that the purple night dark flame would be so powerful that it could even begin to evolve into a star. Xing should be fine, right? Yen Xian's eyes were a little worried. She could not help but sigh softly, tilting her head. She looked at Chuan Yin and said, "Are we going to help?" "No, due to some agreement, we can't show ourselves yet. At most, we can help him in the dark. As for going over to help him openly, we still can't." Chuan Yin shook his head. However, even though he said so, he still looked a little anxious. This guy's temperament was still the same as before, causing trouble whenever he wanted to. However, if the star was formed, the consequences would not be much better than this. Well, if the purple night star collapses and the star expands, it will devour everything within a radius of millions of miles. Those who are not divine emperors will not be able to survive. I'm afraid that even the purple night dark flame himself will be severely injured. Let's seal the space. The commotion here is too great. Sooner or later, there will be divine emperors rushing over. Let's seal the space and let them deal with it themselves. As for whether they can subdue the purple night dark flame, it will depend on whether he has the ability to do so. Chuan Yin said indifferently. The perception of those old monsters was still very terrifying. If it was not for some agreement, they would definitely go over to help. They would not just stand here and watch. All right. I hope that in this life he will be able to survive all the calamities. We can only watch. Sighing softly, Yen Xen looked at the star that had expanded to its limit. There, the huge fireball had already started to disappear. Everyone's gazes gathered at the heavenly peak that was shaking the earth. The huge purple star had suddenly disappeared. The huge flame had turned into white smoke and dissipated, leaving only a brilliant circle of colorful energy. Surprisingly, there was nothing left at the center. There was no human figure, no purple night flame. It was as if everything had been annihilated when the star was annihilated. There was still a scorching aura in the air. If one breathed in, one's windpipe would be burnt. When the scorching aura drifted out and came into contact with the ground, it would melt it. The energy that filled the colorful energy circle was estimated to be enough to cause a divine emperor expert to suffer. With the gradual flow of time, the colorful energy completely disappeared, leaving behind a cluster of hot but faint energy fog. The fireball, which had covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles, finally disappeared completely. A huge pit appeared in their sight. Even though Chuan Yun and the rest had expected this, they still could not help but smile bitterly and shake their heads. That destruction energy had even spread to this place. Look in the sky! Yen Xian suddenly discovered something. Her delicate hand quickly pointed to the sky, causing Chuan Yun and the others to look over. What they saw was a dazzling star that drew an arc in the sky and fell on the horizon. In a place that could not be seen far away, a destructive shockwave splashed out. The shockwave caused the ground to tremble. The purple night realm has collapsed. Millions of stars have fallen. Chuan Yun sighed. There wasn't even a bit of starlight here. It was just an unremarkable star hanging in the sky. It was either attracted or condensed by the purple night dark flame star, and now it was also falling because of its annihilation. It's almost dawn. Chuan Yin let out a long sigh. Originally, because of the purple night realm, the arrival of dawn had been delayed by a lot. That long night had finally ended with the destruction of the star. A new day had come once again. The purple night dark flames realm can reach such a stage? Yan Xian was a little startled. Wasn't time slowing down? Controlling time was something that only those at that level could do. The previous master of the purple night dark flame was an expert at the divine level. The godhead, strengthening in her body, was probably bestowed by that person, right? Hearing this, Chuan Yun could not help but smile. Bestowed by the godhead strengthening? Why? Is there a problem? Yin Xian looked at him doubtfully. Was she really bestowed by the godhead? Chuan Yun smiled mysteriously. He raised a finger by his mouth and said, "Let's wait and see." Looking at his strange appearance, Yin Xian could not help but frown her eyebrows and said, "Strange guy." The smoke and dust dissipated. The blazing energy mist was finally cooled down by the endless air. Those falling stars fell into the bottomless pit, causing the earth to shake violently. Cracks spread out in all directions. The original scenery of green mountains and clear waters was left with magma. It slowly slid down to the bottom of the huge pit and gradually cooled down. Only when the sky started to brighten did the falling stars slowly stop. Looking up, it seemed that the starlight in the sky had dimmed a lot. On this night, thousands of starlight fell. Those were not stars, but strange things that came along with the purple night dark flame when it evolved into a star. Perhaps they were just some small stones or other small things. The huge pit was filled with solidified magma. There were also large and small craters that looked like small hills. After the sky had completely calmed down, the figures of Yu Xan and the rest slowly appeared in the sky. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock as they looked at this strange scene. The world seemed to have quietened down in an instant. The explosion of flames, the churning of the waves, everything had quietened down in an instant. Carefully landing on the huge pit, he even gently probed it. The ground was still very hot. As far as the eye could see, it was a light purple color. At the bottom of the solidified magma pit, if one walked a little further, it would be like walking on a purple plain. Where's the purple night dark flame? Where did those experts go? Seeing that the space could not be any quieter, Yu Xen was a little stunned and quickly asked, Hearing this, Jin Wang shook his head and sighed. I don't know. They were all annihilated in that purple star, right? All life within a radius of 1,000,000 miles has been cut off. Just now, when the star was annihilated, it expanded at an extremely fast speed. No one here should have been able to escape. The beautiful woman murmured. Yu Xan frowned and fiercely shook her head. I don't care if those people are dead or alive. I don't even know them, so why should I care about them? I only care about where the purple night flame went. Everyone was stunned and immediately shook their heads. They also didn't know. When Yu Xan saw their actions, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck her. She was completely dumbfounded. Russell! Just as Yu Xan was filled with grief and disappointment, a soft sound startled them. They quickly turned their heads and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A purple robe fluttered in the wind. There were faint purple flames floating around her body. Her light purple hair was a little messy as it fluttered in the wind. Her pair of eyes that were burning with purple flames stared at Yu Xan, as if there was some hidden bitterness flowing in them. But what shocked Yu Xan and the others wasn't that she was still alive, but that there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Could the fire spirit bleed? A terrifying thought slowly emerged in the minds of Jin Wang and the others. Chapter 183. At the bottom of the huge pit, where white smoke was still rising in spirals, a group of people looked at the purple-clothed girl who was panting hurriedly a short distance away. The bright red at the corner of her mouth slowly seeped out and slid down to her sharp chin, adding a touch of bewitchment to her elegant beauty. That pair of dim, beautiful eyes contained some pain, some unwillingness, and a trace of hidden bitterness. Cough! Violet Night, Dark Flame, coughed lightly. Her delicate body trembled, and her charming face became even paler. Her body also slowly knelt down on one knee. Drops of blood dripped from her smooth and clean body onto the scorching hot ground, giving rise to a tiny bit of blood-colored steam. Seeing Violet Night, Dark Flame's heavily injured appearance and coughing up blood, Jin Wang and the others were even more certain of their guess. They looked at each other, then nodded slightly. They took a step to the side and shielded Yu Xan behind them. If there was someone in their group that Violet Night, Dark Flame hated the most, it should be Yu Xan, who had been causing trouble the entire time. Her pair of intimidating eyes were also firmly staring at the latter. Violet Night, Dark Flame, your previous master was probably a level 1 god spirit expert, right? She took a step forward. Her small hand was holding a rapidly rotating array. The whistling energy, a hurricane, caused everyone's robes to flutter. Hearing this, Jin Wang and the others' eyes trembled slightly. Although they had guessed before, when they heard she say it like this, they still found it hard to believe in their hearts. God spirits, those legendary experts, had long disappeared. Violet Night, Dark Flame's previous master was a god spirit? Moreover, you're not a fire spirit. That's a divine body that your previous owner, that god, used his divine spark to refine you. In other words, you're now a different kind of life form, a living person. Seeing that Purple Night Dark Flame didn't say anything, Yishi added in a low voice. Hearing that, Yu Xan was a bit shocked. She had heard Xian Yin talk about a god body before. It used a god's godhead and divinity to sublimate a living being or an object's incarnation. It changed the structure of the body so that it could truly become a human. No wonder she has a godhead. So she's a living being whose godhead has been refined. Thinking of this, Yu Xan came to a realization. A living being of this level could indeed resonate with the whirlpool zither with a godhead. After all, the refined godhead was one with her. Hearing that, Ziyuyan took a deep breath and abruptly raised her head. Her charming face was filled with a fanatical smile, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Yes, so what? You don't understand at all, nor do you think that everything you've done today, everything you've pursued because of your desires, will change the future of the realm of the gods. That could be the worst outcome, a sign of the decline of the realm of the gods. Her fanatical words and laughter caused Jin Jinwang's heart to tremble. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about? What change? What decline? What do you know?" Ziyu Yuyan raised her head to look at the bright sky and sighed. "I don't know. I've forgotten everything. I only remember that he mentioned to me that he had to send me to that person. That way, even if something out of control happened, this game of chess could still continue. But if not, haha. Chess?" Yu Xian's heart couldn't help but jump. Why did that sound so familiar? It was as if she had heard it somewhere before. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember. Gradually, her brows began to knit together. "Chess? What are you talking about?" Jin Jinwang frowned. There was a bit of urgency in his voice, as if he also wanted to know something. "I don't know. My memories have been erased." Ziyu Yuyan let out a long sigh. Her gaze suddenly turned to Yu Xian, and she grinned. "What about you? What did the god who gave you the protection of the divine spark say to you?" Hearing this, Jin Jinwang and the others couldn't help but take another look at her. Then they bitterly smiled in their hearts. After all, she was that person's child. How could she not leave anything behind? After knowing that Ziyu Yen was given a divine spark, they could more or less guess what Yu Xian had on her. It had to be something of the same level for Ziyu Yen to be so serious. Hearing this, Yu Xian was startled. Then she quickly shook her head and said, "No, I didn't hear her say anything." "TSK, all of you are trying to be mysterious. So annoying." Ziyu Yen couldn't help but smack his lips. He seemed a bit impatient. Whoosh! Suddenly, purple night dark flames kneeling body flickered and disappeared from where he stood. After that, he suddenly reappeared a few dozen feet in front of Yu Xian and the others. The oppressive wind pressure rushed over, causing Yi Shi's formation to freeze for a moment. Her jade-like hand slapped towards Yu Xian. Unparalleled energy turned into a huge hand. Carrying a terrifying power, it faced Yu Xian head-on. Before the huge hand arrived, the huge wind pressure blew her red clothes tightly onto her body. Her long black hair was also pulled behind her. Jin Jinwang, Yi Shi, and the others were also slapped away by the wind pressure. Yu Xian. Her chest felt stuffy. Before she could react, she felt her body floating away. When Jin Jinwang and the others reacted, they immediately stabilized their bodies. When they madly ran towards Yu Xian, their faces were a bit pale. The invisible pressure was like a huge sword hanging in her heart, causing her breathing to become somewhat difficult. In just an instant, she felt her eyes blur as a purple figure appeared in front of her like the wind. A delicate hand that was as white as jade also fiercely grabbed towards her neck. Facing such a sudden attack, whether it was Jin Jinwang and the others or Yu Xian herself, none of them were prepared. Even with the light element, they were unable to react in time. They could only watch as the hand whizzed towards them. Ding! A zither melody fell from the sky. A rhythm slowly circulated in the bottom of the huge pit. The syllables seemed to have turned into substance, causing ripples to appear in the space. A layer of silver-blue halo suddenly appeared on Yu Xian's body. A faintly discernible pressure spread out from it. When the jade-like hand was about to touch the halo, it suddenly stopped. The jade-like finger almost touched her slender neck. That was the fluctuation of a divine spark, right? That was the zither melody. The water god king quickly stopped outside the purple energy barrier. She slapped the energy barrier with her palm and then looked at Jin Jinwang. It should be. The Divine Palace's eternal weapon had such fluctuations. I don't know what kind of protective item this girl has on her. Her godhood seems to be a little too strong. Golden God King nodded. Every Divine Palace had some powerful treasures left behind by their ancestors to protect the 9 Divine Palaces. They had also sensed the fluctuations of the godhood because of those treasures, so they could recognize it. By the side, Yi Shi and Yu Yin, who were within the evolved world, turned pale with fright when they saw the scene. However, after sensing it with their hearts, they realized that the hardness of the energy barrier had exceeded their expectations. For a time, they could only stare with their eyes wide open. Sister, don't worry. Big brother is fine. Suddenly, little purple soul tugged at Yu Yin's long skirt and said with a silly smile. Although that silly smile was a little strange in Yu Yin's eyes, it somehow soothed the uneasiness in her heart. How do you know? That's a world and a layer of barrier? Yu Yin frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, little purple soul blinked and smiled. It's a kind of intuition. Yu Yin was stunned. Then she felt her chest tighten and she almost vomited blood. How did this little guy get infected by that bastard? Within the purple-colored energy barrier, Yu Xian quietly narrowed her eyes. She somewhat stiffly lowered her head and saw that the white, jade-like hand was facing her throat. That silver-white fingernail was just a hair away from piercing her throat. Seeing this scene, a bean-sized bead of sweat involuntarily flowed down Yu Xian's forehead. A divine spark weapon. Your protector really loves you. He's even willing to give you a divine spark weapon. Purple Knight, Dark Flame, smiled faintly. Feeling the fluctuations of the divine spark that was stronger than hers, her expression became serious. Moreover, your protector seems to be a little stronger than him. After saying this, Purple Knight Dark Flame seemed to have lost all her strength. Her delicate body weakly took a step back and softly sat on the ground. Yu Xian was shocked by her weak appearance and quickly reached out to support her. Then, she slowly placed her on the ground with a strange look in her eyes. You just want to test the divine spark on my body? She couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. Violet Knight Dark Flame looked like she couldn't even stand properly. Perhaps any random divine underworld expert would be able to subdue her and even trap her inside. As for the purpose, Yu Xian could only think in this direction. You can say that Purple Knight Dark Flame took a deep breath. Mei Mao glanced at Yu Xian and said faintly, "Can you take that thing off your face now?" Hearing this, Yu Xian's body stiffened. Her face was a little shocked. You saw through it? Clearly, Jin Jinwang and the others didn't see through it. TCH, I'm not someone that a group of small divine underworld experts can compare to. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you were strange, covering your face and wandering outside the battlefield. If I have to say who is the most slippery among all of them, it would be you. Purple Knight Dark Flame rolled her eyes and said angrily, Yu Xian awkwardly rubbed her face and bitterly smiled. With a thought, a red and blue light flashed on her face. What appeared once again was the handsome face that had disappeared for a few days. Even if there was still a bitter smile on her face, one could still faintly see the arrogance that lingered between her brows. This is your original appearance. Seeing this, Purple Knight Dark Flame let out a long sigh. Her gaze swept over Yun Nuoxing's body strangely. After a moment, she smiled faintly. I was wondering why it was flat. Yun Nuoxing felt as if she was struck by lightning. Just as she rolled her eyes, she saw her smiling body trembling. Her eyes couldn't help but take a few more glances. Then she muttered in her heart, "She's quite cute when she smiles. Hey, fake girl, can I ask you for a favor?" The faint smile lasted for a moment. Then Purple Knight Dark Flame suddenly became serious and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a serious expression. That serious look made the latter couldn't help but become serious. She slightly squatted down so that she was at the same level as him. What? Mei Mao deeply looked at him. Purple Knight Dark Flame let out a long sigh and raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the energy barrier and saw the sky outside. He saw the 2 stars hanging high in the sky of the God Realm and also saw the boundless star field. You also came to subdue me, right? Yun Nuoxing nodded. Then she rolled her eyes again. Isn't this nonsense? Do you think I worked so hard for nothing just to save the world? Sorry, that setting is too powerful. It's something that Jin Jinwang and the others would do. I won't do it. The serene flame pavilion waited bitterly for 60 eras. Many underworld emperors and even god emperors fought. In the end, it was you who benefited. As if he knew that he was talking nonsense, Purple Knight, Dark Flame, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Have you heard of a person called Shadow Emperor? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Shadow Emperor? That was a title, right? Was it the deity who gave Purple Knight, Dark Flame the divine body? However, it was a deity from 60 eras ago. Even if there was information left behind, it wouldn't be in his little brain. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to ask him this question? Yun Nuashing shook her head. It would be faster to ask Jin Jinwang and the others this question. Purple Knight Dark Flame was sealed in the primordial ancient era. The 9 deities' palace was also passed down from the primordial ancient era. Perhaps they knew this so-called Shadow Emperor. He was my previous master and also the deity who gave me the divine body. I owe him a debt of gratitude. When he was about to die, I promised him that I would seal him here and wait for the person he announced to appear. Then I would protect him. Purple Knight, Dark Flame, laughed bitterly. The breaking of the seal also indicated the appearance of that person. However, before I could find him, Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. She couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. Her cherry lips moved for a while. Purple Knight Dark Flame opened and closed a few times. She gritted her teeth and muttered in an unusually low voice. So, this is also my condition. No, it's my request. If you accept me, can you please help me find that person and fulfill my promise to protect that person? After she finished speaking, she even raised her head and bit her red lips. She looked at Yin Nuashing stubbornly. Anyone who saw that look would probably soften their heart a little. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a while. She lowered her head and looked at those stubborn and tired eyes. Her eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that she was silent, Purple Knight Dark Flame couldn't help but laugh self-mockingly. She was like a fish on a chopping block. She was something that was born from the heavens and earth. Especially after her life was reforged by the divine spark, she couldn't even self-destruct. At most, she could erase her consciousness and destroy this divine body, leaving only a ball of primitive Purple Knight Dark Flame. Moreover, once she refined it, her consciousness would also cease to exist. No, I also have my own matters to worry about. Your matter? After a long time, Yun Nuashing finally let out a long sigh. Hearing this answer, Purple Knight Dark Flame couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That's right, it was normal to refuse normally. Who would have the time to protect someone who wasn't important to you? Suddenly, a warm palm lightly rested on her head, startling Purple Knight Dark Flame. She hurriedly raised her head, only to see Yun Nuashing's gentle smile. It's better for you to complete your own matters. The promise you made has to be fulfilled personally for it to have meaning. I'm going to travel the entire God realm. You're also going to look for someone all over the world. Why don't the two of us travel together? Chapter 184. Strands of strange energy drifted in the light purple desert. Half a month ago, this place was a mountain range with a bustling city. Half a month later, it had turned into a light purple plain. On the plain, cracks that were thousands of feet long spread out like giant centipedes. Huge craters stood like a forest of hills. Waves of blazing heat rose from the craters and cracks, causing this place to appear abnormally dry. Half a month ago, the purple star had been annihilated here. At that time, everything here had turned into nothingness in an instant. The ground had also turned into a magma zone. Later on, following the annihilation of the star, not even a speck of dust was left. The magma desert had also gradually solidified, finally turning into a huge crater plain. Desolation covered this place, and it was difficult to see a single person passing by for most of the day. So hot. On the desolate plain, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Every step he took caused white smoke to rise from his feet. The blazing heat caused the space to feel slightly distorted. The figure wore a black hat and was dressed in black. His large black windbreaker was almost dragging on the ground. The two blazing suns above his head and the scorching earth beneath his feet caused him to sweat profusely. Casually picking up a light purple stone, the blazing purple fire element caused his palm to reflect a faint purple light. Within this stone, there was still a faint purple night flame remaining. Although it had already been diluted by an unknown number of times, the remaining energy was still surging. To those who possessed fire element, it was an absolute treasure. If one could absorb the fire element into one's body, the fire element in one's body would become much more tyrannical. However, the extremely high temperature here caused this place to be desolate and uninhabited. No one dared to casually step in here. The blazing energy left behind by the annihilation of the star has caused the environment here to become abnormal. I'm afraid that it won't recover even after hundreds of thousands of years. Casually throwing the stone to one side, the figure swung his hand and looked towards a certain place in the sky. Under the black hat, a calm, yet somewhat indolent handsome face was revealed. From the looks of it, it was Yun Nuashing. There was a sparkling purple mark between her eyebrows. That appearance was like a rising flame. There is nothing left of Yuyan City. I wonder if there are any traces left there. Letting out a sigh, Yun Nuashing adjusted his hat, then lifted his feet and walked in the direction he was looking at. Half a month had already passed. That day, the purple night dark flame had also reached an agreement with him. He could refine it however he wanted, but he would keep the consciousness of the purple night dark flame. That flickering flame mark was the connection between Yun Nuashing and the purple night dark flame. When the time was right, he would be able to refine it according to his will. His goal had also been achieved in this strange ending. To him, it was also quite good. After being stagnant for 1.5 years, Xingming City is just next to us. We can reach it with just one step. The Divine Land is not far away. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky and murmured. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everything that had happened in the past 1.5 years flashed before his eyes, making him feel a little indescribable. The journey is about to begin again. He looked at the horizon. There, a small blurry dot had also appeared. The dots of emerald green broke the dull color of this place. Seeing that black dot, Yun Nuashing also chuckled, and his footsteps quickened. As he approached, the dot gradually enlarged. When he walked closer, he realized that it was a green bamboo forest. The vitality flowing in this barren and scorching plain seemed insignificant, but it was so tenacious. The Ju Yuan mountain villa was actually not burned down. Seeing the bamboo forest, Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. He originally thought that after Yuyan City was destroyed by the expanding star, the Ju Yuan mountain villa would also cease to exist. However, although he was a little surprised, it wasn't to the extent that he was shocked. He also felt that the Ju Yuan mountain villa would not be destroyed so easily, so he came here. As soon as he stepped into the bamboo forest, Yun Nuashing felt the surrounding temperature plummet. The wind that blew against his face was slightly cold, causing him to shiver violently. This bamboo forest was actually isolated from the extreme heat of the lava plain outside. It was as if they were in two extreme environments. All of this made him have goosebumps. The master of the Ju Yuan mountain villa is probably also a divine spirit expert. After such a long time, he was able to isolate the heat of the purple night flame. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Speaking of which, it was said that no blood was allowed in the Ju Yuan mountain villa. However, when he roared that day, he heard a response. At that time, he thought that such an expert was probably hiding in the Ju Yuan mountain villa, silently protecting the villa and observing the people who came to the villa. When he thought of this, he felt like he was being watched like a monkey standing at the classical entrance of the villa, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the 4 words, Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. He took a deep breath and walked in. The lake in his memories appeared before his eyes as he made 7 or 8 turns. There was not the slightest ripple on the tranquil lake. The few mahogany corridors also appeared before his eyes. Unlike the first time he came here, the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa had become desolate following the disappearance of Yuyan City. The surging life force had lost some of its vitality, and it was desolate. Following his memory, he came to the remote mahogany corridor. Yun Nuashing walked to the innermost part of the corridor. He gently stroked his windbreaker and sat down while reminiscing. This was the place where he and Shui Gu had met. After sitting for a while, Yun Nuashing stood up. Looking at the empty lake, he turned around and walked towards the Ju Yuan Mountain Lake. After circling around the bamboo forest, the 8 mahogany corridors that were like huge dragons still entered his line of sight with an impact. The Ju Yuan Pavilion was still standing on the top of the small mountain. Yun Nuashing did not even think and directly walked up. If you have time in the future, play chess with me. The words of the woman, who was glowing all over, still echoed in his mind. Yun Nuashing had also come for her. He was about to leave, and before he left, he wanted to see the people he knew in Yuyan City. Although he didn't know her at all, didn't know her name, and didn't know who she was, his face still twitched when he thought about the 26 games of chess that he had been abused in stepping into the mahogany corridor. It was still the same. There were some indecipherable words and runes engraved on the top of the corridor. However, when he walked into the hill again, he didn't feel the same pressure. The many Saint Technique arrays that had been engraved all over the mountain path had also disappeared. After walking around the mountain path again and again, he finally came to the top of the hill. After turning a corner, he saw the Ju Yuan Pavilion that he hadn't seen in a long time. The 9 steps that were known as the 9 heavens were also standing under his feet. Looking up at the empty pavilion, Yun Nuashing slowly turned his head back. However, he didn't see the mountain range that he had seen before. Walking up the 9 steps step by step, Yun Nuashing turned around again. What he saw was a bamboo forest outside Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, as well as the light purple plains in the distance. In the gazebo, the beautiful figure that appeared in his memory was not there. "She's not here," Yun Nuashing muttered and lowered his head. Although she wasn't there, there was still a chessboard on the table in the pavilion. Black and white chess pieces were placed on the chessboard. This was an unfinished game. He could clearly see that the black chess pieces were at a disadvantage. There were many white chess pieces in the chess boxes on both sides. However, there was only one black chess piece left in the black chess box. His slender fingers picked up the black chess piece. Yun Nuashing glanced at it and was stunned. There was a word in the black chess piece. It was also glowing with a black light. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to distinguish it. "King." Looking at the word, Yun Nuashing frowned. He turned his head to look at the unfinished game. The number of black chess pieces was only 1/10 of the number of white chess pieces. Even if he was given a box of black chess pieces, it would be difficult to overturn the game. However, there was only one black chess piece with a word written on it. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing sat down. He held his chin with the hand that was holding the black chess piece king and looked around the chessboard. He reached out his hand and wanted to place the black chess piece on it a few times. However, he felt that it was inappropriate and withdrew his hand. How could he overturn the situation with just one chess piece? "I can't continue this game. However, what is she trying to tell me?" Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress and put the black piece back into the box. This black piece with the word king engraved on it must be the most important piece in this game of chess. However, with the power of one piece, how could it reverse this game of chess that was completely defeated? It was like a general who didn't have a single soldier under his command, but was faced with thousands of soldiers and horses. No matter how powerful the general was, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. With a sigh, Yun Nuashing's eyes carefully scanned the stone table inch by inch. He even changed his position to look at it. However, he didn't find anything else. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing was also a little bored. He circled around the small pavilion and finally found a few words on the innermost pillar. This caused him to feel a little ashamed. This fellow did not even write in a conspicuous place when he wrote. Wan Long Mountain. These 3 simple words made people feel a majestic atmosphere. Seeing these 3 words, Yun Nuashing suddenly regained his senses. She seemed to have mentioned these 3 words when they were playing chess in the Ju Yuan Pavilion that day. Wan Long Mountain, Long Shou Peak. I remember she said that, after muttering to himself. Yun Nuashing frowned again. He had never heard of this place. He didn't know how big the realm of the gods was. Even with the long lifespan of the gods, it was wishful thinking to completely explore the origin region. There were many places and things that he didn't know about in the realm of the gods. Although he was about to step into the divine prefecture, he had only heard of some places in the Taiyuan region, but had never been there. After pondering for a long time, Yun Nuashing sat back on the stone bench and stared at the chessboard in a daze. Then he reached out his hand and tried to grab the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard. His fingers moved the 2 colored chess pieces. However, he was unable to move them even the slightest bit. It was as though they were stuck to the chessboard. The chessboard was also heavily pressed against the stone table, making it difficult to move it even a little. What do you want to say to me? Yun Nuashing frowned as he took out the black chess piece with the word king written on it. He casually pressed the black chess piece on the chessboard. After waiting for a while, he didn't see any changes on the chessboard. It was as if the game had always been the same and hadn't changed at all. Forget it. With a sigh, Yun Nuashing grabbed the chess piece and put it into the pendant. Then he turned around and walked out of the gazebo. He looked back at the quiet gazebo and cupped his hands. With a flick of his cloak, he flew into the sky like lightning. He felt that they would meet again in the so-called Wan Long Mountain. After he left, the gazebo and Ju Yuan mountain villa became silent again. The rustling of bamboo, leaves in the wind, quietly echoed here. Chapter 185. At the peak of the mountain, in a brand new manor, laughter could be heard. This 9-shrine manor, which was on the verge of collapse, had been urgently rescued by Jin Jinwang and the others. Although it looked a little different, the general traces of its original state could still be found. Tens of thousands of miles away from the light, purple plains, this mountain peak stood quietly. Jin Jinwang and the others had set up an energy restriction on this mountain peak. After the battle ended, they miraculously saw that the mountain peak had not melted, so they moved it here. Under the big tree beside the manor, there was also a tombstone quietly standing there. It was a nameless tomb where peace and harmony lingered. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a burst of wind in the sky, and a fiery red figure quickly approached from afar. Specks of light particles dissipated in the air, but in a flash it appeared on the peak of the mountain and walked into the manor. In the courtyard, Yuxian was surprised to see that Yao Hua and the others were actually quarreling with Xue Go and the others. When they first met, they did not seem to get along, and she was worried that the two would fight. She did not expect to see such a harmonious scene when she returned from a trip outside. "You're back. No more nostalgia?" The first to see Yuxian was still Jin Jinwang, who was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea and chatting wittily. After such an earth-shattering battle, everyone needed to rest for a while, so they seemed a little lazy. Even the 9 heroes were a little lazy, but this was not a big deal. Everyone needed to rest, right? Well, I definitely have some nostalgia. Those places are a little far, and I can't go there. I'll come back and take a look when I have time in the future. Yuxian smiled. Once she went to the Divine Prefecture, she did not know how long it would be before she could return to the Taiyuan territory. She wanted to leave the Taiyuan territory without any nostalgia, but in the end, she could only make a trip to the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Crimson Star City and Xingling City were too far away. It's not like you can't come back. Don't always act like you have seen through the vicissitudes of life. Sister Five Elements. Yi, she swung her legs and grinned. Yu Xian smiled and patted her head, but did not say anything. You're back, and your affinity is full. If there's nothing else, I'll refine it now. Just as Yu Xian returned, a purple-clothed girl walked out of the hall. Looking at her appearance, it was Zi Yuyan. However, Yu Xian had forcefully given her the name Zi. Seeing Yu Xian, she lazily stretched and said to the former without any room for discussion. Her delicate hand carried her, and she walked to the secret room to the side, leaving behind a wailing sound that lingered on the spot. Ah, can you let me rest for a while? Yu Xian, who had her arm grabbed, only had time to shout out before she was dragged into the secret room. With a bang, everything quieted down. The group of people looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you. All of them silently laughed. These two guys were really impatient. Big Sister is happy and in pain. Ming giggled as she watched the two of them enter the secret chamber. Big Sister, I'm so happy. Little Purple Soul covered her mouth with her little hand and said happily, Little Xian, you're really lucky. Yu Yin also smiled and shook her head. She brought the two girls to sit beside Yi Shi and chatted with her about some trivial things. This time, Yun Nuashing might have to wait for a while to refine the divine flame. In the dark secret room, a purple light quietly appeared. There was only a stone bed and a soft cushion in the secret room. It seemed a little simple. In the secret room, Yun Nuashing sat cross-legged on the stone bed with her eyes closed. The surrounding energy mist was dense. In the mist, there were some faint purple flames rising. Waves of energy were refined by the purple flames and condensed into a water column. It drilled into the top of Yun Nuashing's head. After being refined by the soul-burning technique, it turned into pure Yuanli and spread throughout the energy crystals in her meridians. The slightly dim crystals regained some of their dazzling radiance. The five-colored energy flowed within the crystals, shuttling through her limbs and bones. Beside Yun Nuashing, Zi Yi raised her head and looked at the invisible sky. Her eyes were a little dazed. Her slender hand played with a strand of hair out of boredom. Her body was surrounded by purple flames, helping Yun Nuashing refine the modeled energy of heaven and earth. Ever since she had established a connection with him, the rejection in her heart had gradually weakened. That day, she had accepted Yun Nuashing's suggestion without much thought. They would go on a journey hand in hand. Once they found the person she was looking for, they would decide what to do. Perhaps this was the best ending for them. Keeping my consciousness. I don't know if this guy is really stupid or what. Z turned her head to look at Yun Nuashing, who was cultivating inside. If someone else had subdued her, the first thing they would have done would have been to destroy her consciousness. This wouldn't affect the spirituality of the Purple Night dark flame. It would only return it to its original state, so that it wouldn't suffer a backlash when refining it. Fine, I'll just follow this kid and see. I have nothing to do anyway. Zi let out a light breath. She couldn't help but shake her head with a faint smile. This was the first time she had seen such an interesting guy. Perhaps his journey would be surprisingly interesting. Phew! After a long while, Yun Nuashing exhaled, and the surrounding dense energy of heaven and earth also slowly dissipated. The fog dispersed, revealing a handsome face, and his eyes shone with a little bit of light. Now he had also adjusted his breathing to the best state, and his origin energy was rolling nonstop, and there was actually a bit of a surging feeling. Done. Seeing him open his eyes, Z turned her head and smiled faintly. Yeah. Yun Nuashing nodded. He was just resting for a while to recover the consumption of light essence. It wouldn't take long. Take it off. Seeing him nod, Z also nodded. She sat upright and still in front of him and said concisely, Okay, what did you just say? Yun Nuashing nodded reflexively. However, after he reacted, he realized that something was wrong. Taking it off meant, I said, "Take off your clothes." Ziyi helplessly held her forehead. Could it be that she didn't make it clear enough? About that, miss. No matter what, I'm still. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He scratched his head a little awkwardly. A man and a woman alone in a room. No matter how you put it, it didn't sound good. But now, why are you being shy with a flame? Ziye's face darkened. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. But you have the appearance of a human now. You don't look like a flame at all. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. A flame that transformed into a human was still a human. Moreover, this was a divine body that the god had forged for her. She was already a human in the truest sense of the word. Since that's the case, I'll help you. Ziyi sighed, taking advantage of the fact that Yun Nuashing wasn't paying attention. Her jade-like hands danced, and she stripped him naked in one go. An excessively fair, naked body bloomed just like that. Yun Nuashing's vision blurred. His expression froze. Just as he was about to say something, he felt that his body was a little cold. He lowered his head and saw that his upper body was naked. A crimson blush quickly surged onto his handsome face. After a long time, he squeezed out a shocking sentence. "Molestation!" Uft! Ziyi was so shocked by his words that she spat out a mouthful of water. She covered her face with her jade-like hands. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. A vein actually bulged on her jade-like hands. "If you call me that again, this old lady will really molest you." Ziyi fiercely gritted her teeth a few times. She pretended to be fierce as she roared at him. She had seen deranged people before, but she had never seen someone this deranged. I was wrong. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing shuddered. His two index fingers gently poked each other as if he had been wronged. His bashful appearance made people lose their temper. Humph! Seeing that he had become obedient, Z lightly snorted. Her jade-like hands formed a series of hand seals. A vast amount of energy fluctuated along with the hand seals, gathering towards those two small hands. The energy fluctuated, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. It was as if it would shatter with just a little more force. After forming the hand seals for a while, Ziyi slightly opened her eyes. With a thought, all the energy gathered was transferred to a slender finger. Her index finger was filled with a rich purple light. Then, she gently tapped Yun Nuashing's chest. Boundless purple energy continuously surged into the latter's body like a river. Slowly, a purple flame pattern was drawn on his chest. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was as colorful as a real flower. Half an hour later, the pattern was completely drawn. Ziye's finger flicked on Yun Nuashing's chest, causing the pattern to disappear under his skin. Taking a deep breath, Ziyi slowly closed her eyes. Her hand seals changed, and with a thought, her entire body emitted a dazzling purple light. Purple flames continuously rose. Ziye's actions naturally attracted Yun Nuashing's attention. He immediately opened his eyes and saw Ziyi turn into a purple flame. Then the purple flame that was the size of a head and slightly swaying landed on Yun Nuashing's hand. A clear voice that sounded like a wind chime rang out from it. "Remember, don't refine my consciousness. Otherwise, I won't be able to show myself." After hearing Ziye's warning, Yun Nuashing nodded solemnly. They had agreed to go on this journey together, and he did not want anything to happen to Z. He immediately took a deep breath and focused his mind. He held the ball of purple night flame that did not emit any heat. He gulped, gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and pressed it into his lower abdomen. The moment the flame entered his body, the flame between his eyebrows suddenly blossomed with light, and the purple flame pattern on his chest suddenly lit up. The pattern at the corner actually followed the flow of the elemental energy and seemed to come alive. It actually grew and spread throughout his entire body. Yun Nuashing's mind was completely focused on his body. His gaze was solemn as he looked at the slowly rising purple flame. Then he was stunned. Zi was also stunned for a moment when he did not sense Yun Nuoxing's movements for a long time. He then sent a message to Zi Ye's body. What's wrong? What should I do? Yun Nuoxing was a little embarrassed. He had already stuffed the divine flame into his body, yet he still asked what he should do. If those who were longing for the purple night dark flame heard this, they would definitely be angered to the point that one Buddha would ascend to the heavens. Put down the purple night dark flame and let me do it. I'm also drunk. After hearing this, Zi Yi trembled in Yun Nuoxing's lower abdomen. Even the patterns stopped sweating. Zi Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He weakly muttered the pattern just now was a kind of engraving. The half-moon soul imprint made the affinity between us full. There's no need to touch it anymore. Just circulate your profound technique and refine it. Be careful. Don't refine my consciousness. After hearing Zi Ye's reminder again, Yun Nuoxing nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. She carefully circulated the soul-burning art with her mind. Strands of elemental energy mobilized the fire element in her body and circled around the swaying flame twice. Phew! Yun Nuoxing exhaled. With a thought, her elemental energy wrapped around the purple night flame and circulated it along with the soul-burning art. Because she had to be careful not to refine Zi Ye's consciousness, she didn't mobilize any soul force this time. She was completely controlled by her elemental energy and fire element. However, even though Zi Yi controlled it and didn't release any energy, it was still the ruler of all flames. The blue flame in Yun Nuoxing's body was still suppressed to the point that it couldn't come out. Therefore, she only circulated the pure fire element. When the soul-burning art started circulating with the purple night flame, the purple pattern that stopped just now continued to grow. It gradually spread to every corner of Yun Nuoxing's body. The purple light flickered and covered Yun Nuoxing's upper body. It looked very mysterious. After the refinement was on the right path, Zi also mobilized his majestic energy and circulated it through Yun Nuoxing's meridians. Along the way, it washed every part of his body and shot out energy imprints. The divine imprint that Yun Nuoxing originally had in her body didn't stop the imprints that belonged to the purple night flame. Instead, it fused with them. Wang. The majestic energy whizzed through Yun Nuoxing's body, creating a series of crisp sounds. It even created a small hurricane outside of her body. The sound of the wind whistling in the secret room didn't stop. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and carefully formed a hand seal. As the hand seal changed, a wisp of the purple night flame that was flowing through her meridians was instantly refined. The majestic energy instantly surged out and rushed to every corner of her body. Every inch of her bones, muscles, and cells were fighting for this energy like a hungry wolf. However, after a while, Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong. With her body strengthened by the 5 elements, the soul-burning art that could devour all things, and her meridians that had condensed into crystals, logically speaking, she should be a bottomless pit. Any energy that entered her body would be refined in an instant and fused into her body. But now, Yun Nuoxing's body was actually reaching the point of saturation. That kind of extreme refining speed couldn't keep up with the speed at which the purple night flame released energy. That enormous amount of energy made Yun Nuoxing's scalp tingle. Wasn't this too much? Since Purple Night didn't say anything, it meant that the situation was still fine. Yun Nuoxing didn't have too many worries. She mustered up all her strength and circulated the soul-burning art with all her might. She converted all her soul energy into surging energy and rapidly refined it in her body. The light purple imprints in her body also increased in number. They were assimilated by the original silver-white imprints and engraved into every part of her body. Although he had pushed the refining speed to the limit, Yun Nuoxing still felt a little powerless. As the volume of the purple night dark flame gradually decreased, the energy released actually increased by several times. The extra energy that he didn't have time to refine actually filled every inch of his body, and it continued to increase. And that light purple energy changed the color of the crystals. If he continued to release energy, the meridians of these crystals would shatter sooner or later, and then his body would explode and he would die. Explode? Thinking of this result, Yun Nuashing shuddered violently. Wasn't this a joke? However, she had no other choice now. She could only use all her strength and desperately refine it. This was the first time she felt that too much energy wasn't a good thing. Buzz! Just as the purple night flame was completely refined and released an almost limitless amount of energy, a new connection was born in Yun Nuashing's mind. Then, a soft sound suddenly came from her body. The energy that filled her body and was enough to kill a heavenly god seemed to be attracted by something. All of it retreated like a tide and condensed on Yun Nuashing's lower abdomen, forming a purplish-black energy crystal. A few small energy matrices surrounded this crystal and slowly covered the terrifying energy. Feeling that the swelling feeling in her body was suddenly swept away, Yun Nuashing instantly heaved a long sigh of relief. She laughed bitterly. Too much energy isn't a very good thing. Chapter 186. You're messing around again. As soon as the crystal formed, a clear and pleasant voice of reproach sounded in Yun Nuashing's mind. Surprisingly, it was Ziye's voice, but it contained a faint trace of anger and reproach. I don't know what to do. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly and muttered softly, Are you blaming me? Ziye was a little unhappy when he heard that. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't have any experience in refining divine flames, and he didn't expect such a huge amount of energy to suddenly appear. That amount of energy was enough to stuff a god to death, and it almost exploded in his body. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, Ziye, you're ranked 90th. How can you have such a huge amount of energy? You're at the peak of the Emperor God level. I'm afraid even the divine flames at the top don't have that much energy. Tisk, a divine body made from the divine spark of a god, is a rebirth for me. Since you said that I'm a human, that means that I can cultivate. How can I still be ranked 90th? After being sealed for more than 60 eras, although I'm in a state of deep sleep, it's not to the extent that I haven't improved at all. To be honest, it's already considered very slow to reach the peak of the Emperor God level after 60 eras. Furthermore, I'm not afraid of the divine flames ranked 20th or 30th. Ziye was a little disdainful when he heard Yun Nuashing's words. All right, you're the best, all right? Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. Of course, Yun Nuashing, sitting down and adjusting his breathing for a while, he released his elemental energy, illuminating the pitch-black secret room. Scratching his head, a few strands of his long hair floated in front of him. Being glanced at by Yun Nuashing, he discovered that the originally glossy black long hair had actually turned into light purple long hair. A pair of bright and spirited pitch-black eyes were also dyed with some light purple, and there was also a trace of bright gold. Yun Nuashing jumped up when he saw this extremely beautiful and elegant change. What the hell was this? Could it be that refining divine flames also had the ability to dye one's hair? Your Violet Knight, who was hiding in Yun Nuashing's body, also sensed this change. Since their minds were connected, she could sense every inch of Yun Nuashing's body. However, she also let out a puzzled cry. It seemed that she had also discovered something special. What happened? Yun Nuashing was also a little surprised when she heard Ziye's puzzled voice. She thought that something had happened to her body, so she quickly asked, There are several high-grade divine artifacts in your body. The 5 elements do not repel each other. The energy carrier is a crystal. The energy can contain all things and transform into the might of heaven and earth. You can ascend and become an immortal. You this is a spirit body? Zi Yi murmured. Her voice was a little uncertain. These strange traits were rarely seen in the outside world, yet they had all been stuffed into one person's body. Even she was a little surprised. Spirit body wrong? Yun Nuashing was a little confused when she heard Zi Ye's words. Clearly, she had never heard of it before. Is it a type of physique? Mine? I thought I only had a mortal body. It's a very, very rare physique, but it doesn't seem like it. Zi Yi also responded when she heard that. However, she sighed with some confusion. The spirit body, Rong, only contains all living things in one's body. There shouldn't be such a change. Your physique can take the things in your body and turn them into a part of you. You can use them to strengthen yourself. Just as she finished speaking, Zi Yi seemed to have a sudden realization. She was a little confused. After a while, she said uncertainly, "Could it be the spirit body wrong?" When he said these words, Violet Knight couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and his voice actually trembled a little. So what is it?" Yun Nuashing was confused when she heard these unfamiliar words. She did not know what she was talking about. The spirit body wrong is an extremely rare physique. It can contain all things in the world and use them for oneself. Moreover, no matter what it contains or absorbs, there will not be any backlash. It can be as big as a boundless galaxy or as small as a strand of energy. It can be refined into one's body. The vastness of the God realm was immeasurably vast, and it wasn't surprising that anything could be born there. There was a group of people who, due to mutations, were born with special characteristics that were different from ordinary people. They had all sorts of strange constitutions, and those who possessed them could go further on the path of cultivation than ordinary people. However, not everyone had these constitutions, and the chances of them being born were minuscule. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people in the God realm, it was likely that such people wouldn't even exist. Since ancient times, there were only a handful of recorded spiritual, godly physiques. They were the kind of physiques that belonged to the legendary level. Every spiritual godly physique was an expert that shocked the ancient and dazzled the contemporaries. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. It did not mean that people with special physiques were necessarily stronger than those with mortal bodies. Among the gods since ancient times, many had mortal bodies. Therefore, these were not everything. It still depended on how far one could go. Even if an ordinary person was compatible with a divine weapon and was recognized as its master, there would only be one divine weapon at most. If they wanted to be compatible with a second divine weapon, they would definitely suffer a backlash. There is an extremely strong resistance between the divine weapon's recognition ceremony. It would not allow a second divine weapon to coexist with one. However, you have several divine weapons on you. Moreover, you have completely dissolved my origin flame into your body. Do you know that you usually need to find another way to store something as powerful as the origin flame? I don't know. Yun Nuashing shook her head straightforwardly. Since she came to Yuan City, she had encountered a lot of things. Most of the time she was fooling around. She did not do anything beforehand and did not understand anything. Naturally, she did not know how to store the origin flame. After all, when she obtained the blue origin flame, she directly merged it into her body. Zai was speechless. If she had not met such a kind-hearted origin flame, Yun Nuashing would have been burned to ashes long ago. Now I understand. When I saw you directly throw the origin flame into your body and ignore it, I thought you wanted to die. However, if you were a spirit body wrong, it would make sense. Your body is the best storage device. You don't need anything else to store the origin flame. Moreover, don't you think that you are a little too strong for someone who is only close to the half-immortal realm? Let's not talk about the divine artifact. Just look at your own strength and dharma arrays. The spirit body Rong has an affinity with the power of heaven and earth. You don't have to worry about not being able to learn profound techniques, especially dharma arrays. Simply put, when you come into contact with new energy, It will not be as troublesome as it is for ordinary people. It will be very easy for you to control it. Then let me put it simply. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and said, My body can stuff anything into it, right? Yes, and everything that you put into your body will strengthen your body at all times. When the spirit-body rung reaches the great accomplishment stage, you can refine a star field or decompose it into origin energy or absorb it into your body. You can imagine that scene yourself, Zai replied. However, your physique is only operating unconsciously now. You have not come into contact with the origin energy of the spirit-body realm. In other words, your physique has not truly awakened yet, Zai said again. Then when will it awaken? Yun Nuashing opened her mouth and quickly asked, This. Zai paused for a moment, but did not answer immediately. After thinking for a long time, he said, That, I guess, when you cultivate to the immortal realm, you will be able to control the spirit-body rung as you wish. I guess. Then what about my hair? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. That's because it contains my origin energy. Doesn't it look good? Isn't purple your favorite color? Zai laughed softly in Yun Nuashing's mind. I like it. No. Yun Nuashing nodded. Then she suddenly felt that something was wrong. A look of horror appeared on her face, and she suddenly exclaimed, How did you know? Uffed. Zai suddenly seemed to have heard something funny, and she laughed very happily. If she transformed into her original form, she would probably be rolling on the ground now. Yun Nuashing was confused by her laughter. After a long time, she said, You refine me into your body, and our minds are connected. I know everything about you, including your interests and quirks. In short, I know everything about you. You're not allowed to pry into my privacy. Yun Nuashing's face suddenly flushed red. If everything was seen clearly, then he would be too ashamed to face anyone. It's too late. I've seen everything. Should I call you Little Star or Little Shinshin? Or maybe I have special requirements. You have a sister complex, so it's not impossible to call you Big Brother. Or do you want me to call you Master Hum? Zai smiled even more brightly when she heard this, and she even used an extremely charming voice to tease him. Late at night, a certain mountain peak was suddenly violently shaken by a sound wave. Jinwang and the others who were drinking tea outside spat out a mouthful of tea in shock. They all looked at the trembling secret room in astonishment and looked at each other in dismay. Then I'll call you Little Star, Zai said after thinking for a while. After thinking for a while, Ziyu made up his mind. Then he smiled and said, Right now all of my power is sealed in your body. The amount is too large, and you can't absorb it all yet. I will seal it, and the energy will seep out from the seal and accelerate your cultivation. When you finish refining it, you will probably advance to the God Emperor level. God Emperor. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly when he heard this. That legendary level was still too far away from him. He was only a small mortal stage cultivator. With the help of the purple night flame, he had only advanced 2 levels and reached the 11th level of the mortal stage. He was still a short distance away from the half-immortal stage. All right, why are you so depressed? The spiritual divine body is known as the strongest and fastest physique in the world. With Big Sister here, I guarantee that your cultivation path will be smooth sailing. Zai smiled when he sensed Yun Nuashing's mood. Then I'll leave it to you. Yun Nuashing could only nod in agreement when he heard Zai say, I'll take care of everything. After all, she was already living in his body. What else could he do? With a smile, Yun Nuashing raised his arm with his palm facing up. He clenched his fist slightly, and a bewitching purple flame with a terrifying temperature appeared above his palm. It moved according to his will and flew around his fingertips like a fairy. The purple flame illuminated his face. He also raised his left hand. With a thought, a blue flame also rose on his palm. Beside the purple night dark flame, it was a little unstable. Although the purple night dark flame was refined by Yun Nuashing, it was still the king of all flames. Ordinary flames would have a lot of suppression when facing it. Being able to summon it now was already considered good. A thought flashed through his mind, and Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Origin energy gushed out from his body and enveloped the two flames. Then he held the two flames in his hand and slowly approached them. Suddenly, the two flames became a little restless. The flames wavered and faintly resisted Yun Nuashing's actions. He frowned. A large amount of origin energy gushed out and poured into the two flames continuously. He felt that the resistance had weakened a lot, so he continued to move his palm and let the two flames stick together. The two flames also went berserk for a moment, but they also calmed down in an instant. As everyone knew, there was resistance between different flames, just like there was resistance between different elements. They were incompatible and couldn't be touched together. Otherwise, it would cause a riot, and it might even cause the flames to explode. Therefore, a person could only have one type of flame in their body. However, the combination of two types of flames was very powerful. In ancient times, many geniuses had tried to combine two types of flames. The energy that was produced was extremely terrifying, but it was also very difficult to control. There were even people who tried to imitate it, but they died from the backlash of the flames. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon. However, perhaps because Yun Nuashing's body was special, the two types of flames didn't resist too much when they reached his hand. However, Yun Nuashing didn't continue the next step. He just let the two types of flames stick together. A moment later, the blue flames casually dissipated. He blinked his eyes, and with a thought he waved his hand. The ball of purple flames left his hand and stopped in front of him. Then it squirmed and slowly outlined a graceful and exquisite figure. A moment later, a young girl in her budding years appeared from the flames. Her deep and beautiful eyes looked at Yun Nuashing. She tilted her head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with calling me out?" "Nothing. I just wanted to try and see if I could call you out." Yun Nuashing smiled and reached out to scratch Zi Ye's sharp nose. "Oh." Zi Yi wrinkled her little nose and blinked. "It's nothing. As long as nothing happens to you, nothing will happen to me. I can manifest at any time. Just call out if anything happens." After saying that, she smiled briefly and plunged into Yun Nuashing's arms. She turned into a ball of fire and rushed into his body. Seeing Zi Yi shrink back in less than a minute after coming out, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. Since he was sure that everything was fine, it was time to go out. Yu Yin, Shaoxi, and the others must be waiting anxiously. If he went out a little later, he would be ravaged again. Where's the heavenly tribulation? Just as he walked to the entrance of the cave, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed that he didn't experience any heavenly tribulation this time after jumping 2 levels. Well, forget it. Let's not care about him. In any case, Zi Yi is constantly tempering her body. Let's just ignore the 1 or 2 heavenly tribulations. Chapter 187. The 2 stars hung high in the sky, shining down bright rays of light onto Yun Nuashing, who had just come out of the secret room. A gentle breeze blew, causing his beautiful purple hair to sway in the wind. His black windbreaker also gently swayed. After a while, his tightly shut eyes slowly adjusted to the sunlight, and he gently opened them. On his handsome face, blue and red light flowed. What appeared once again was that peerlessly beautiful face that could topple cities. I should find a time to explain clearly. Touching his face, Yu Exan couldn't help but sigh. Pretending to be a girl in front of Jin Jinwang and the others was really too tiring. However, if she explained, she would be seen as a pervert. Now that she thought about it, Yun Nuashing sighed heavily. Now that she thought about it, if she hadn't gone crazy and refused to turn her head that day, he wouldn't have to be so sullen. He wouldn't have to change his appearance from time to time. Sooner or later, his mind would become twisted, damned arrogant fart man. Is that what you want to say? While Yu Xian was sighing, Purple Knight's laughter suddenly echoed in her heart. Hearing this, her bitter smile became even more pronounced. It was as if Yao Hua hadn't talked to her that day, this wouldn't have happened. Thinking about it this way, she seemed to relax a little. Forget it. One day I will explain clearly. When is someday? Yu Xian was startled. She then shook her head with a bitter smile and said, Let's talk about it later. The scene of being seen as a pervert was too beautiful. It was so beautiful that she couldn't bear to look at it directly. Little star, oh little star. Hearing this, Purple Night laughed and imitated Yu Yin's tone. Yu Xian rolled her eyes, and the 6 wings on her back slowly unfurled. Now that she had refined the Purple Night flame, not only had her hair turned light purple, even her 6 large wings that were like screens had been dyed with a faint purple color, black and purple intertwined, making her look extremely dazzling and gorgeous. Black is my color, Yu Xian muttered to herself. Why wasn't it dyed blue back then? She glanced at 6-winged, which was a mix of purple and black. Thinking back to when she had refined the blue fire, her body had not changed at all. She could not help but feel a little puzzled. If her body had changed at that time, Shen Yin would have been able to tell. Then, she would have been able to help her understand this so-called spiritual godly body. That's because the blue flame was too weak. The energy wasn't enough to change the godly body. Hearing Yin Nuashing's question, Ziye's voice sounded in her mind. He explained, Not all kinds of energy can cause visible changes to the divine body. The energy that can change this kind of constitution is either very special or very powerful. Oh, Yu Xian gently nodded. His 6 wings spread out, and they were 10 feet long. Countless wind elements gathered on his 6 wings, supporting his body slightly. With a thought, the 6 wings slowly retracted back into his body. The whistling wind also gradually calmed down. A blazing aura with a sense of majesty spread out, causing the temperature of the space to rise sharply. 11 extremes, 10 revolutions, 2 more revolutions, and I can reach the half-immortal realm. Clenching her fists and feeling the power in her body, Yu Xian couldn't help but smile. Only by stepping into the immortal realm could one's cultivation truly begin. The faster one passed the mortal realm, the better one's aptitude would be, and the more time one would have to rush to a higher realm. And now, she seemed to be about to step into the immortal realm. If you want to break through the mortal realm, you can do it now. You can even directly cross the half-immortal realm and directly rush into the immortal realm. Yi suddenly said indifferently. How? Hearing this, Yu Xian couldn't help but be startled. You have so many profound crystals in your body. They're just decorations. Why don't you use them? Yi said indifferently. But, however, this method is only suitable for you. In other words, it can only be used by the spiritual godly body. Also, it can only be used to cross the half-immortal, half-demon, and half-god. Before Yu Xian could finish the word, but Ziyi continued, the energy provided by the mysterious crystal is very pure. The higher the level of the mysterious crystal, the closer the energy is to pure energy. It can be absorbed into the body without any refining. However, refining a large amount of mysterious crystal at once will definitely make the strength stagnate. You know this, right? Hearing this, Yu Xian nodded. What she knew seemed to be the case. Normally, when she used profound crystals, it would be converted into pure energy through a magic formation. Then it would be absorbed into the body along with the energy of heaven and earth. It was a little different from refining it directly. Moreover, she didn't use it often. The cultivation method of the spiritual godly body is as long as there's energy. Devouring and absorbing energy is your cultivation path. But that will make my energy mottled, won't it? Yu Xian frowned. Moreover, She wasn't even sure if she had the spiritual, godly body or not. Although Ziyi had lived for more than 60 eras, if she said she did, then it wouldn't be wrong. You have the spiritual, godly body. You can refine anything for your own use. You don't have to worry about the modeled energy. Z sighed and said, Moreover, it's not that the spiritual, godly body won't stagnate. There will be other ways to show it. That's why I said that it's only suitable for the half-step transition. Normally, I suggest you cultivate it yourself. Moreover, don't you feel that the energy in your body has changed? Z said again, Yes, it's much hotter than before. Moreover, it doesn't feel right. It's not the same feeling as before. Xin said hesitantly, after subduing the purple night dark flame. She gradually felt that the fluctuation of the purple night dark flame had changed. It didn't feel like the energy she used before. That's it. This is one of the characteristics of the spiritual godly body. You can slowly feel it in the future. It's useless to say too much now. Huh? Xin tilted her head. She didn't understand in the hall. Yishi, who was laughing and chatting with Yuin, suddenly turned her gaze. The smile in her eyes was replaced by sharpness, causing everyone to be stunned. They angrily shouted towards the outside of the hall, Who is it? The sudden shout scared Yuin. When she came back to her senses, she quickly pulled little Purple Soul and Ming behind her. Mei Mao stared nervously at the place where the bright sunlight shone in. Shui, Gu, and Yao Hua's group, who were chasing and fooling around, hurriedly came to a halt. The energy within the bodies of the Gold God Kings group quietly circulated. A stern aura began to swirl within the hall like a tornado. It's me. Why are you so loud? You scared me to death. Just as everyone was prepared for battle, a weak voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, causing Yi Shi and the rest to be stunned. Wasn't that Xion's voice? Just as the voice rang out, they saw a red robe appear behind the dazzling golden screen. That appearance of shrinking her head caused everyone to look at each other. Sister, 5 elements, but this energy aura, it's not yours? Yi Shi was also stunned. Her bright eyes were filled with astonishment. From what she could sense, it was clearly another person's energy. Hearing this, Xian staggered and almost knelt down. Her face could not help but twitch. This was really novel. The so-called divine body of receiving spirit was just for playing tricks. Seeing the person who had come, Yuin heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stretched her waist. Her delicate body that was wrapped in a red robe revealed an alluring curve. Her slender hand combed her soft black hair. Looking at little Purple Soul and Ming Ming who were beside her rushing out, her red lips slightly lifted into a helpless smile. Sister. Seeing the 2 little people jumping over, Xian couldn't help but smile. She quickly reached out and caught the 2 of them. After cuddling for a while, she walked into the hall. Are you done? Pulling Yuin to sit beside her, Yuin looked at her long hair that had changed color. Mei Mao blinked and smiled. Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded. All right, now I have to call you Sister Divine Flame. Yi, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Little girl, when you stop calling my name, then you can call me that. Xian also rolled her eyes at her. It was as if the 2 of them didn't get along. Jinwang and the others were stunned. Purple Night, Dark Flame, you're done refining it? The Fire God King, who was sitting at the side, couldn't help but stand up when he saw Xian come out. His face was filled with curiosity as he moved closer. His eyes were also filled with a trace of passion, something like a divine flame, and this Purple Night Dark Flame even contained divine deity, made him extremely envious. Xian smiled. She waved her hand and a purple flame slowly rose from her hand. At the same time, the temperature in the hall also rose rapidly. That hot feeling caused Yao Hua, who was just about to approach, to involuntarily withdraw. You've really refined it. When the Purple Night Dark Flame appeared, Jin Jinwang couldn't help but take a few more glances. Looking at the rising purple flame in Yu Xian's hand, his voice was filled with envy. The divine flame was something that many people dreamed of. It fell into Yun Nuoxing's hands so easily. The fire god palace wouldn't want me to spit it out, right? Hearing Jin Jinwang's voice, Yu Xian was startled for a moment. She suppressed the temperature of the purple night dark flame, then laughed and teased. She knew that the fire god palace was here for the purple night dark flame. The purple night dark flame was subdued by you. It has nothing to do with us. Hearing that, the fire god king waved his hand and laughed. If they didn't have it, they could just find another one. Speaking of which, it was just a long-cherished wish of his. It didn't matter if they didn't have it. Didn't the lightning divine palace still manage to survive without the devil lightning? Divine flame. I want it too. She gently stood up and walked in front of Yu Xian. She moved her face closer and looked at the demonic purple flame at a close distance. Her words were filled with undisguised envy. Yu Xian smiled. If she didn't reach an agreement with Purple Night, she wouldn't have been able to subdue the Purple Night dark flame that was strengthened by the divine deity. Speaking of which, although she had finally weakened Purple Night, without her help, she probably wouldn't have been able to refine it. The Purple Night dark flame with the strength of a peak god lord was not something she could control by herself. What are your plans next? Jin Jinwang retracted his gaze from the Purple Night dark flame and looked at Yu Xian, saying, "The matter of the Purple Night dark flame has come to an end. If there's nothing else, we'll return to the divine palace." Me. Speaking of her purpose, Yu Xian pondered for a moment. Previously, she went to the divine weapon city to look for the divine soul fruit. In the end, she went to the Red Star Academy. Now she was here. The route that the heaven-defying ultimate god gave her seemed to start from the divine continent and end there. Then, she might as well go straight to the divine continent. The divine continent, it's time to take a walk there. After thinking it through, Yu Xin spoke without hesitation. There was a hint of excitement in her voice. She was looking forward to that great world. Now that she had finally taken a step into it, this was only the beginning of her journey. There were still many things she needed to do in the future. Do you want us to send you there? Jin Jinwang wasn't surprised by this answer and nodded slightly. After all, Yu Xian had mentioned that she wanted to go to the divine continent. It just so happened that they were going back to the divine palace, so it was on the way. Well, there's no need. The Star Underworld City is just next to us. If you have something to do, you don't have to wait for us. Hearing this, Yu Xian shook her head. She also knew that the Temple of Elements was in the divine continent, but she didn't know the specific location. She planned to go to the divine continent by herself. Moreover, the most important thing was that staying with Jin Jinwang meant that she would always be a girl. It was simply a nightmare. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Well, anyway, the Star Underworld City is not far from here. After crossing a distance, there won't be much left. This trip may have been for many years. These children should go back and rest. No, it's time to train. Jin Jinwang nodded. He was just about to say that they should rest, but he suddenly remembered what he had said before. He immediately changed his words. The 9 heroes who didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief suddenly had a sad look on their faces. Yu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Don't go back, it's simply hell. Prison. Yao Hua heard that he was going to train, and suddenly hung his head. His dejected appearance made Yu Xian feel very refreshed. Oh, listening to what you said, you don't want to go back? Do you want to accompany Yu Xian on this journey? Jin Jinwang raised his eyebrows and smiled. When the time comes, I will rush to the star field. I don't know how many years it will take for me to come back. Be prepared. Yu Xian rolled her eyes and smiled slightly. She fanned the flames on the side as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Countless black lines hung down from the forehead. Reporting to boss. We have been thinking too much recently, and our bones are a little rusty. I think it should be time for training. Let's go home and train early. Hearing Yu Xian's words, Yao Hua's lips trembled, and he quickly denied it. What kind of joke was this? Rush to the star field? What if they got lost in the universe? Not only Yao Hua, but even Jin Jinwang was a little surprised when he heard Yu Xian's words. He didn't expect that the latter had already made plans for the future. Although this plan was a little scary, he still nodded with appreciation. He then smiled at Yao Hua and the others and said, "Since you all have this awareness, then quickly go back and wash yourselves clean. In the remaining 6 years, if you don't advance to Immortal 9th, damn, wasn't it Immortal 5th level? Why did it suddenly become Immortal 9th? The 9 heroes heard this, and their legs went soft, and they almost knelt on the ground. It was a last-minute decision. Why? Do you have any objections? Then let's make it a half-demon. The Metal God King chuckled and raised the requirement by another level. No. On the mountain peak, an extremely tragic, earth-shattering, and ghost-like mournful scream suddenly rang out, scaring all the magical beasts in the mountain range into silence. The originally noisy forest suddenly became abnormally quiet. Yu Exin shook her head and smiled as she looked at the 9 heroes with snot and tears flowing down their faces. Her eyes looked towards the east, where the sun was. She didn't need to be too anxious, as her cultivation speed was already very fast. Moreover, for now, she didn't need to be in a hurry to cultivate. After all, without a goal, there wouldn't be any motivation. She just wanted to find out about her origins and didn't need to painstakingly increase her strength. Wandering around, looking for miraculous items, collecting all kinds of godly items, leisurely strolling through the entire god realm should be enough, right? Peace isn't necessarily a kind of cultivation. Yu Xian smiled. Jin Jinwang laughed and waved his hand, causing the space barrier to collapse. He then looked at Yu Xian and said, "Let's go. We'll send you to Xingming City. The rest of the journey will depend on yourselves. We old guys aren't as young and energetic as you guys. And let's go." Yu Xian also smiled and said. Jin Jinwang waved his hand and shattered the space, creating a space tunnel. Then he led everyone into it. Yu Xian and the others slowly followed behind. As everyone disappeared, the place became quiet. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. Only the tombstone and the manor under the tree seemed to be telling something.